Ladies
We're
and
looking
gentlemen,
forward to a
children of
fascinating
all
final
ages,
day's play with
a very
multiple
warm welcome to
contenders
you.
in peak in
Ainesh
Kolkata.
Ahluwalia not followed. My co-commentator, we are a little bit of a rush, but today is the final day. That's what happens on the final day. Ainesh will end up playing that tournament.
Yes, and that's a look at the PGDI rankings. We have Om Prakash Chauhan, who surprisingly has not made the weekend here, but nonetheless, he sits in a very comfortable spot with quite a little daylight between him and Karan Pratap Singh, who could not manage to be this week. And following suit is Sachin Basoya, who was having a decent week this week, and he'd want to make a dent on the final day. And we have Aman Raj, a current tournament leader at number 4, and a little international flavor with Jamal Hussain rounding up the top 5, followed by the young Sanat Bishnoi and the jovial veteran Gaurav Pratap Singh at number 7, followed by N. Thangaraja from Sri Lanka, and Angad Chima and Akshay Sharma, both hailing from Chandigarh, rounding out the top 10 of that order merit. But you're right, Shaurya. I think this event also holds a little more importance because a lot of people would get into the top 60, and unfortunately, someone might get out of the top 60. So, different battles, not just the one happening at the top of the leaderboard, a lot of other little small battles going on in the tournament as well.
Yes, absolutely. This is a very important tournament, and for a lot of the players, reaching the weekend rounds would have really changed their fortunes. You have the likes who were outside the top 60 looking in, and some of those players made cut would be able to secure their card. On the other end, some unfortunately not delivering on these first 2 days and would not be able to keep their card and would have to make that long, tumultuous journey to the Professional Golf Tour of India qualifying school. Believe you me, for all the players who are regulars, that's the last place that they want to land up in the Tour Q school because it's so competitive. This year, you're expecting close to 700 entries, and with that sort of competition, anything is possible. So you want to make sure that you avoid that visit. But if you indeed have to go there, then you better get your playing shoes on. As you have a look at Varun,
Little trouble. Not a good side to get the referee out on the first. But speaking of the top 60 and making your card for the next season, how stressful is it? Is it as stressful as running around the leaderboard and maybe having a shot at winning or holding on to your lead, or is it more
it's
stressful?
quite stressful. I remember my first year. Didn't have a great first half, and then played a few good last finishing tournaments. You don't feel that good, especially if you've not played the Q school before. As I say, the devil you know is better than the devil you don't. So a visit to the Q school is indeed a dreaded one. So you want to keep hard, and also you want to play the season-ending tournament. Nobody wants to miss that. That's another thing because it's sort of compounded errors there. If you miss your card, then you also miss the season ender, which is a lucrative no-cut event. So it's sort of a bunch of factors that hit you at once. As we have a look at Saqib here.
A little pre-shot because there. Saqib is one of those golfers who's also swing for the longest, free-flowing swing, and that's a lovely shot by him. Getting a little spin there, the flag position cut close to that little bunker, and makes it a tricky shot. Actually, it's not an easy pin position to get to.
Interesting flag pin position today. I would think maybe a little easier than where it was yesterday because not many players could go for that flag. They were sort of scared of overcooking that shot and missing it behind. But with this flag, if you are in the fairway, it's fairly inviting. You can play left and safe. Bunker's only there if you're really trying to attack the flag. So from somewhere where Varun is, it's indeed going to be a very difficult shot.
Sure, would you, if you were playing this hole as we know yesterday you won an event here, so we'd pick your brain on that. If you were playing this hole and you the flag is cut so close to the front edge in that bunker, do you think you might lay up a little further back to get a fuller wedge, or
Yes,
you still
absolutely.
lay up at the same spot?
Lay up a little further back. You want a full sand wedge here. You don't want 80 yarder. You want a full 105 yards to get that sort of spin. I think that's a territory where Shivinder is. It's going to be close. It's pretty good with the wedges. A long hitter as well. Generates a lot of spin. Pretty much on the money. Look at that. That spin affords the luxury that you can actually pitch it beyond the flag. So I feel this flag is a lot easier than yesterday's flag. because bogey is not really that much into play. You can attack the flag; it will spin.
I think also it makes it a little easier if you're on the fairway, and Varun, on the other hand, has very little green to work with, so his work would be cut out.
Yeah, that's not the ideal spot where he is. From here, maybe just trying to peel off a little bit of a fade, try to pitch it towards the front center of the green, and maybe get to about 20 feet. That'll be a good enough shot, I feel. Seems to have made good contact. Let's see where that has landed up. Oh, how wrong was I? I thought 20 feet is a good shot, but not for Varun. This guy is an American, and as I say, it's the land of the brave, and he's pitched it on the flag. What a good
I
shot
think
by
the
him.
rough did not make nobody told him he was in the rough. He said, I'm going to spin it from wherever I am. And three lovely shots began there. Also, that group seems to have started in a nice little. But that goes to show as well with the strategy. A lot of the times, professional golf is not just focusing on what you're doing on the tee. You also decide what you want for the next one and decide a shot based on what you might do later on. So, not not as simple. A lot of strategy, a lot of thinking goes into one's round, and then to execute the skill, we have an entire day to watch all these players do that, and an exciting one coming forth.
Yes, indeed. It's going to be a fantastic action-filled day here at the Rambagh Golf Club. We are in the heart of Jaipur. This is a big tournament. Prize money is 1 CR. Now it sounds a little normal, but believe you me, in years gone by, 1 CR, even if you look at maybe just a couple years ago, it's a really, really big event. You're looking at anybody who makes the cut going home with at least 60 or 70,000. That's a lot of money for these players, for anyone, to be honest, and for the winner to take home 15. Saptak giving me a little bit of the Keanu Reeves vibes from the Matrix, dressed in black with the shades on. I think
I think Saptak had the lead yesterday when he started round number three. He was at 11 under par, and I think he looks laser focused today. The 24-year-old from Greater Noida, a recent pro, turned pro in 2021. I would say he looks like he's got that energy where he wants to have a say about Amarnath taking the lead from him yesterday. He seems to want to get it back today.
yeah, he still held his own in the end. That that finish, he birdied there, and so that would have left a good taste in his mouth. And I'm certain that he'll have a good round today because he wasn't hit it far. The tour has changed so much over the years.
Very rightly said so also. And Yashas is a very unassuming, very polite, doesn't look like someone who's going to belt the ball, but he does get it off that club face hot. And
Also going with one of those longer irons, not a rescue per se, and perfect territory.
Also, an interesting thing, Shaurya, he's only 28, but he's been pro for over 5 years now. So would you call him a veteran already, or?
Yeah, I think he's earned that tag, and especially with his recent victory now, he's pretty much a veteran and playing like a high quality veteran.
Shivan?
तुम सिविल लाइंस जाना, तुम एमजी रोड, समझ गए?
वाह मामू, मिठाइयों की डिलीवरी चल रही है, सीआईडी की प्लानिंग।
डिलीवरी नहीं बेटा, सब अलग अलग बैंक जा रहा है।
ऐसा क्यों?
बिजनेस बढ़ रहा है ना बेटा, एक ही बैंक से काम नहीं चलता।
चलता है ना, एयू करंट अकाउंट पे सब मिलता है।
वाह
मामू, सोच बदलो और बैंक भी। मेरी फीस एयू स्मॉल फाइनेंस बैंक, बदलाव हमसे है।
You're seeing the pin positions of the second is 20 and 4 from the right. That's a very difficult flag on the second hole. Not much room. And the third is 5 and 4 from the right. So tight flag positions, and that's resulted in being level par of 1 over. Badal, Khalin, Jairaj, even par, Kapil 1 over, Victor 1 over, 1 over, Angad So players are finding it a lot more difficult today as opposed to yesterday.
Why do you think? Is that positions themselves, or you think the morning conditions heavier?
No, I don't think that the morning conditions would still be similar. In fact, we are a little later in the day today. So as compared to yesterday, I would think that only the flag pin positions is something that's changed. You do see players normally in the first 6 holes make a few more birdies, as we saw yesterday. Not many drop shots, but today you're seeing back nine. You're seeing players are Pokhraj is 2 over through 3 holes. You have Abhinav Lohan is actually 3 over through 3 holes. Yeah, Muhammad Azhar Harinder Gupta 2 over through 3 holes. So it's surprising. I think Mr. Chari has pulled a Houdini on the players. I'm not sure if the flags are in the bunker. It'll be interesting to see where they are.
Well, that will make for an interesting day then, because anybody close to the leader, if he manages to get a couple of birdies in, then it would have maybe Amin Raj and Dhruv Sharon to think of something as we watch the top three have a two-stroke difference between them, as Dhruv Sharon trails Amin Raj by 2, but Akshay Sharma trails Sharon by 2. So closest pursuer to him would be Dhruv. And as Shaurya said, the flag positions are out. They're a little tough today, and we take his word for it. As we mentioned yesterday, Shaurya's had some very strong performances on this golf course, and he's also won in his illustrious amateur career. Jaipur is one of the locations where he's won a tournament as well, so he knows the in and outs of this golf course better than most people do.
Yeah, this golf course is it's safe to say that this is my favorite golf course. Maybe I'm a little biased, but I've had professional finishes here as well, and I've really enjoyed this golf course. It has a very warm welcoming to the entire city, and somehow this lends itself really well to somebody who works the ball both ways. So I like this golf course. As you have a look at Sanit coming out, seems to coming out of the fish in the fairway, but couldn't find out where that has ended up.
I think that's the first instance where we see a flag position. You're trying to be a little too cute, and the ball ends up being a little short and in the bunker.
But how difficult? I mean, it's not that good a bunker shot if you sort of draw a decent lie, because it's not really that difficult. It's one of those easier bunker shots, unless you get plugged.
I think for guys with this skill, bunker usually, maybe for a lot of amateurs, going into the bunker gets a little scary. But for these guys, it's quite routine, and with their skill set, it's quite a standard up and down. And you never know. Sanit draws a good lie. He takes out a little lob wedge in his hand, and he's actually thinking of holding it from there.
Yeah, it's not because the green is not that slick, and the lip of the bunker is not that high. So it's a regular bunker shot, not really that difficult. As we have look at Yashas, tall lad, I think well over 6 feet, maybe about 6'2", if I'm not wrong. Should be able to put a lot of spin coming in from that height. Look at that.
You should do that.
That's what we're talking about early in the day. Go look at that. These guys are good. It's not an overstatement. It's actually an understatement, because these guys are really good.
Who ends up that want to start with
that ball had some action on it.
That did indeed. And you know, it's a little more difficult to do it when it's earlier in the morning. There's a little dew on the green, but Yash is showing all his there.
I was on a rope. That's really, I think that needs to be on a montage for the Professional Golf Tour of India for a all-year highlight reel. That had that late spin on it. When you thought it was done, then it sort of came back. Really impressive shot by Yashas. Also shows you that the kind of spin he generates. Let's see if Saptak can replicate what he did. Yeah, good shot. Just about pitching that a yard short. But shows you that this is a birdie flag for all the players. If anything, I think, when you're in the fairway and it's close to the bunker, so you're more committed to that yardage and you're a little more aggressive, so you get that spin. Sort of becomes a little easier if you're in the fairway, this bunker shot, because you're more focused on the target.
Absolutely, because you don't have to drop it short of the flag and
Exactly.
run up. You can basically stop it, and in Yashas, you could see it just bounces back. So you have a lot more room to work with.
I hope we could see a replay of that. That was really something. We have, as they say, a man's best friend, they're also here in the gallery to look at some of the riveting golf on display here at the Professional Golf Tour of India.
They're like a little marker sitting there telling them not to strike it here. The bunker's here. And the power hitting group of Varun Chopra, Shivendra, and Sakib.
Yes, there'll be quite a few long drives in this group.
You think they might have a little battle going on in the round when they all pull out a driver to see who actually hits it the furthest?
Yeah, I'm pretty certain it would be a thing of maybe bragging rights between these three.
There's a left to right curler leaving it a little short, but a respectable tapping coming up for him. On our live feed too, we have the group of Sanit Bishnoi, Saptak Talwar, and Yashas. And if you're joining us now, we'd be bringing you an entire day's coverage from Jaipur. The Bhawani Singh Rathore presents Jaipur Open 2023, which is powered by AU Small Finance Bank. A shout out and thanks to all the sponsors making it possible. As we watch Sanit take a swipe on number one from the greenside bunker, third. Getting a little spin there. All in all, a decent shot. I think he would have wanted it to be a little closer, but he's still got work to do. As we take our first look at the leader group, now teeing off on hole number one, we have Akshay Sharma, currently third alone, the 33-year-old two-time on the PGTI from Chandigarh. Little shake hand with his caddies to wish each other luck today, to have a good day, and Akshay taking a little rescue. It's a placement tee shot on the par 4 first. Looked a little concerned, not too concerned, and should be okay. We'll see shortly where he's. This now is Dhruv Sharon, another one of those young professional golfers hailing from Gurugram. One of the more rhythmic golf swings, and taking a long one iron to the fairway, and the recoil was quick. The pickup of the tee was quick as well, indicating that he's satisfied with the shot that he's hit. As we would watch down on the fairway on the right side, and the unmistakable Aman Raj, the leader of this tournament, a winner twice this year and 3 times on the PGTI. A special golfer, as we followed him through the years, especially this year with his consistent performances. Also going with a longer iron. It's a comfortable, aggressive swipe at it, and a look of surety. Pushes it a little further away onto the fairway than Dhruv did, choosing to go with a little shorter distance into that flag. But all 3 players, all golfers now are on their way in this final round of the Jaipur Open. Tougher conditions today as we watch Sanit now in his bid for a par. Caddy indicating that the ball is going to roll from left right a little bit, and not sure if it was a error in a stroke or he just underread the line there, but not a very fruitful start for Sanit. Disappointed with that bogey
especially after putting himself in a decent position off the tee. And we watch a few spectators as well early in the morning with a few kids following this leader group. Always interesting to watch golfers and showcasing their skills. At the same time, you never know the future of golf, also following one of these golfers and getting inspired by them.
If you take a look at the views of the lovely city that Jaipur is, always playing a great host to a lot of events, including this one that we are presenting to you.
Yes, sport is quite keenly followed by all the citizens here and residents of Jaipur and Rajasthan in general. A lot of rich heritage, cultural heritage. We get back to the action. Through Sharon. I always thought that on this first hole, the players are actually looking to make birdie. It's one that if you don't make birdie, if you're in position, you feel that you've let a shot go, because it's a way that you start your round really quick, get off to a good start. Because the third is a little challenging hole. The second is not the easiest either. It really sets up the tone for the rest of the day.
And as you said, we see Saptak, we saw those beautiful shots where Saptak and Yashas practically had a tap in after his wedge. They both have started with a birdie. It just goes to show that there's a reason why these guys are there at the top of the leaderboard, because they're just in sync with the game right now.
Look for this to be close as well.
You think maybe a few nerves for Dhruv? Do you think he might be thinking that? Because I can assure you that Aman Raj is going to be in suit.
It doesn't look like he's feeling any nerves. He's hit a pretty good shot, maybe a little towards the safest side, or maybe it's about 12 feet coming in. And this is going to be a little difficult to get to the flag. Coming out of the rough, won't be able to get much spin unless he's got the similar technique to Varun. An ideal lie seems like a big divot, so I don't expect this to spin much. Yeah, it has that little bit of a forward roll, but that's a decent shot from there.
Very smart shot, to be honest, because
Sunny went a little more aggressively towards the flag from the right side, and he managed to only get it in that bunker. And as we watched, he missed that short putt for par. So Akshay, I think, paying caution to the wind and saying that, you know what, I'm going to take my medicine here. And you never know, he gets a long one in and starts off with a birdie. And Aman Raj here now looking more and more confident. This seems to be the most comfortable he's in.
Yeah, he's our leader, and he's in perfect position. I mean, he has a lot of space, room to try and hit this flag. Ideal angle. Seems to really hike that up.
The follow through seemed like he wanted a little more flight there and be a little too cute.
Yeah, not the best effort. Would have wanted for that to be closer, especially the angle from which he was coming.
Would you think a player like Aman Raj would be slightly excited? Like, I don't want to say nervous, because he's won thrice on tour and we know how consistent he is. But do you think like the emotions and the nerves in the hands and arms are going to feel a little different, at least in the beginning of the round?
I don't think so. He's already won so many times, I think, and he's somebody who revels under pressure. It's difficult to draw an analogy with him to Tiger Woods. He's somebody who enjoys that pressure. For you, because we've seen how he enjoys that. So he plays golf for this particular reason. Get into contention, enjoy that. He genuinely enjoys contention and trying to compete. So for him, not so much. Maybe you just get a little amped up. That's what happens when you lead like that. But obviously the nerves will calm down. A two putt here and make a par, then I think that's all right.
So I think you're right, because sometimes it's not feeling the nerve as much as the mind is thinking. A lot of the times you might be feeling something and the mind is a lot more relaxed. So you can be a little excited, but the mind is very relaxed and comfortable.
I think the thing that can be, you saw that swing, it looked, it don't look like his best swing. The ball also sort of popped up, didn't look that he was able to put a lot of compression on that. That's when the adrenaline is a little high. You're leading the tournament. you're walking, there's a gallery, and you are leading. So all those feelings, they tend to sort of seep into that shot. So not the purest strike by him, and that's probably evidenced as we saw that ball come up short of the green. Let's have a look. Akshay Sharma, also at 11 under par. He's somebody that I would be wary of. He's a winner, proven winner, and we've seen how well he can putt and how confident he is with the putter. So if he can get the iron striking on, I think there's no stopping this man either. He's one of those players that you stat on a putting green, and if you see 10 players, he's the one who gives you that positive energy, and you see him putt, you feel confident that he's going to hold it. So he has that X factor about him. And on this golf course, on the final day, it's invariably going to turn into a putting contest because these guys are such good ball strikers in terms of. And this golf course sort of limits the options of the tee, like hole number 10, maybe 12. There are many options where the players have to throttle back and can't quite take a driver. Even maybe a hole like 18, the third maybe. So it kind of levels the playing field. So maybe most of the players will be able to get the ball close. Eventually, whose putter works the best, I think that's the person who will come out on top.
And I think adding on to that point, I mean, Amanraj, his closest pursuer is Dhruv Sharon, 2 shots back. But Saptak, Yashas, Akshay, they're all only 4 shots back. And 4 shots on a golf course like this can just be caught up in a jiffy. And it does not have to be Amanraj giving away strokes. It could just be someone making a bunch of birdies because that's possible on this golf course. So Amanraj would have his work cut out. He would have to play a good round, and because I think he's going to have some people having a say and making a few birdies around him. As we watch him with his birdie attempt, number 1. That little slope from the right comes up a little short, but shouldn't be an issue to tap that in. So Amanraj would start his day with a par. We watch Yashas now lining up his putt on number 2. As we see the days progressing, a few more red numbers, a few more birdies being made, especially by the groups that are higher up on the leaderboard. Yashit would like to start with a 2 birdie streak. And
that's a good one. Spinning it on the first and holding it on the second.
2 birdies on the trot for him then.
And that's a difficult flag on the second hole. That bunker comes into play. That's a fantastic start by him.
Akshay Sharma just
look at that putt again, just about sliding by. Positive intent, about a foot ahead. If you want to learn putting, I would think from all the players on tour, with all due respect, even to Shamim Khan, Rashid Khan, I would think if I have to really model my putting game around someone, this is the guy I would look at. If you want to learn how to putt aggressively while also being in control, have that ball really rolling end to end. That's you've seen so many implements, you've traveled so much, and been on bigger tours alongside your friend Shubhankar. You also played a lot of golf. You know that when you see these different tours, foregone conclusion that Aman will hold this, that take a line, put it on a golf ball, and try to see if it rolls end over end on a good green. Try to see that, and then maybe line up 4-5 players. You'll see that the best putter, when he's putting on that line, his line, the ball will, the deviation will be the least, and that's how you can actually measure who's got the best stroke. So these are the small intricacies that you'll not be able to see with the naked eye. But believe you me, I think if you get somebody like Akshay on that, he'll just be bang on.
And I think a lot of the times people get so involved in technique, with how the hands are working and how and there is obviously material and knowledge to that, and that is important. But at the end of the day, the only thing that matters is how you end up repeating a stroke and repeating that strike. As we watch Sanit with that beautiful tee shot on number 2 for his birdie, he'd like to get one back after the bogey on the first, and
Oh, unfortunate.
like he did on the first, it slides by from the lower side of the hole. So, still early days. Let's hope the putt is not cold on him today. Let's hope it warms up and he makes a few. But there's a lot to learn as we've been following, especially you talking about Akshay's putting. There's a lot to learn from the way he manages the speed and the read of the putt. Because if you're on the green and you're giving an opportunity to yourself more times than you do if you leave it short, then you obviously cannot make it. If you leave it on the underside, you can't make it. A lot of the times we've seen Akshay even catching just the side of the hole because he's given that chance to that putt.
And it's so important that you bring that up, but it's not very easy to do. We told, I remember there was some research that the putt that has the most amount of chance of falling is one that travels 17 inches past it. That's supposed to be the ideal speed. You'll see only a few putters, maybe Shamim Khan, Akshay, and maybe a handful of Rashid is a lot more aggressive because he's gifted. You can see Rashid actually hits them about 2 to 3 feet
He's
by,
more comfortable
because
hitting it 4 feet,
yeah,
5
because
feet
he
past
always
as well.
holds. He's more like Greg Norman. If you remember, Greg Norman back in the day was very aggressive from putt because he said that I can hold the one coming back. As we have a look at Varun here in hole number 3, he'll need to invoke a little bit of Greg Norman's spirit there and try to get this within 4 or 5 feet. Difficult chip shot for him, but still ample green to work with. Be something that'll help him, and that's really well done.
The wedges seem to be working for him today. He seems to be doing a good job out of the rough today.
Yeah, good chip shot there by Varun. Really liking this fence on the left, how it's changed. For me, it's pretty nostalgic looking at it and looking at those trees and the vines, how they've grown around it. It's really magnificent. It's almost magical because I remember back in the day we saw it when it was totally bare, and that time the OB used to be a lot more intimidating. Maybe that tree has added a layer of security for the players
And I
visually.
think that does make a difference because a lot of the times we don't realize that golf courses aren't as straightforward as first we take a look at Shivinder, just off the green, but
Makeable putt.
absolutely amazing. Go for it.
He's left it there, 2 feet short. I think that's a place where you ideally would have wanted to use a wedge if you wanted to make it. Putter was maybe not the ideal choice, not the aggressive choice.
These
Have-
guys that we're watching on our screen, these are guys who they're not playing for securing a little good position. I think they're going to go for it today.
Yes.
They're not bothered about the top 60 because they're well within it. So their card and their season for next year is not threatened.
Yeah, I think that's going to make for interesting viewing. All of them are going to go for broke, so as to speak. Not a good putt by Sakib. Tugged it to the left. Almost seemed to have decelerated a little bit. One of those putts that goes from out to in. The paths didn't seem correct. I think a litmus test for a right-handed player. Try to hit left to right putts. And if your stroke is even a little bit off, then invariably the ball doesn't quite fall in the hole. As we have a look at Shivinder walking off. Brilliant putt by Varun there. After that chip shot, making his par.
It was a lovely up and down as well, I think.
Yeah, made it
It was
look.
not a very easy spot. He had some green to work with, but had to had to get the speed and strike absolutely right there.
But I mean, I've heaped a lot of praise on Akshay's putting style. But how can one emulate it? Even if somebody like me, if I want to improve my putting, how can I imbibe what he does, and how do you actually end up doing that? Is that something which is innate? Is it an ability that you have or you don't? Because a lot of it, to be honest, comes down to the left wrist. If you look at Mukesh, very similar. That that forward press when you putt. Phil Mickelson, when he was at his peak, had that forward lean with his right hand. That's so important because that sets up that hit when the ball rolls faster.
I think, Shweta, I feel the ability to. I think if you're technically sound, it helps because it's a little more repeatable. There's a reason why there are textbooks and people write as we watch Akshay Sharma dealing with that little bunker on number two. That's a comfortable strike for him. As we were talking about how good that shot.
That's a good shot.
And he looks disappointed because I think he wanted to hold it.
That's really wonderful. He swung it. It wasn't really hurried, and I trusted that swing. So that's
And a lot of the time viewers watching it would assume that we're exaggerating when the players are trying to hold these shots out of the bunker, but they're not because they see a spot and they see the ball rolling from that spot and they say, if I can pitch it here, it has a chance to go in.
Yeah, I think the only exception is the lie that a player draws, because obviously these players spend a lot of time from the bunkers. If a bunker
This is Tata Steel, and this is an idea. So what happens when you join them? Something remarkable, like the material of the future. Fiber reinforced polymers that goes beyond steel, that is high on strength and corrosion resistance, and is cost effective. A material that will be used in foot over bridges, the insides of railway compartments, and electric vehicles, as also in infrastructure for smart cities. Tomorrow is shaped by imagination and steel.
Tata Steel. We also make tomorrow.
We need to understand at the same time that all bunkers are not the same. The different sand and the different grains and your angle of attack and the adaptability.
and also how you rake them. So if you have those older style rakes where those forks have larger indents, gap between them, then it makes a much deeper sort of a groove. Those become quite difficult. As you have a look at Aman Raj giving that quite the run, and that's going to be a difficult one coming back. That's going to be a tester.
See, now those are the putts that are a little stressful. These are the putts where, and I think it carries on to the next hole as well, because now you're stressed about working about the whole thing.
And that's going to be a test early in the day, because if he misses that, then he'll find himself tied with Dhruv Sharon.
You got Dhruv in a wonderful position. He's put himself just under the hole on this par 3, and he seems to be someone on the charge.
Played a lot of golf with Dhruv, and he's one of the players I really like. Like, I know I'm speaking a lot of positives, but that's that's our job, I guess, to tell you what's the best. I like his iron striking. Really flat, comes out very strong, and very good for tight pin positions. And I think the putter is working as well. Like, it's a definite change. I had put my money on him, and I think he's not disappointing at all. Like, he might just have the lead if Aman falters a little bit here. You could have a game of musical chairs. Well, our man could be leading the tournament.
Change of the scenario and the environment, because as we were talking about this 10 minutes back, this golf course has opportunities for players to make birdies if you just go and grab them. As we're watching Dhruv and Yashal both starting with 2 birdies on the trot in the first 2.
So I was talking about Dhruv Sharon's iron striking. I don't know if you remember that Masters that was won by Zach Johnson. Might have been quite a few years ago. You would have maybe been a sub-junior at that point in time. He had very good iron striking with the abbreviated finish, and the ball coming out really flat and hot with a lot of spin. So compressed, but not that high. So that is something that Dhruv has. So if it's not, and especially he really revels when it's windy. You see, when the conditions are windy, he does really well because he's so much better than the other players. Where you have a look at Aman, this is not an easy putt. Very difficult because he gives this too much, put too much steam on this. Let's see if he can make this one coming back, and he does. Nice and comfortable. I think that's a very good putt to able to continue that. It's a momentum saver.
Absolutely. I think even though it's a par and Dhruv's caught up with the lead, I think that putt is going to give him a little boost. Sometimes you do need that. The momentum is very important in golf as well.
Yeah, Dhruv has sort of snatched the momentum. He's leading the tournament alongside Aman Raj. Yashas as well, starting off hot with 2 birdies. If you can start with 2 birdies, believe you me, a lot of the work is done because second is a difficult hole, and then you have so many birdie opportunities with those par fives here and even the shorter par fours. So for anyone getting off to a good start, good putt there by Akshay.
Good cleanup by action, absolutely. Because as we were discussing, if you're watching us today and you weren't able to watch us yesterday, the back nine, as we take a look at the replay, was a lovely birdie by Dhruv. Second birdie for the day for him, and he's only played 2 holes. So
This is a
there
good
might be
one.
story today, and that's a lovely par by Aman Raj. And if you're following us yesterday, you know that there are 3 par 5s in the back nine, and the 17 and 18 are both par 5 as well. So much can happen even at the end, right at the end of this tournament as well.
If I just think of birdie holes, you have hole number 5 here, which is a short par 4. The players can get to about 15 or 20 yards off the green. Longer hitters might even get closer to the surface. And we have a look at Yashas on hole number 3, leaving that short. Then you have hole number 7, which is a birdie hole. 8, a par 5. 9th, not so much. 10th is a short hole. If you get yourself in position of the tee, it's a birdie hole. Then you look at hole number 12, just maybe a 9-9 or a wedge coming in. The 14th is a reachable par 5. And the 17th and 18th. So many birdie opportunities here on this golf course as the players try and win this tournament today. It looks like open season at this point in time. We have a new leader alongside Aman Raj. That's Dhruv Sharan at 15 under par. In hot pursuit, Yashas Chandra, Saptak Talwar, Akshay Sharma, and Syed Saqib Ahmed. Safe to say that the tournament might be won by one of these players. 6 players within 5 shots of each other. And on the outside looking in, Pranav Mardikar, Amardeep Malik, Sachin Besoya, Rahil Ganji, Shivinder Singh Sisodia, Varun Chopra, Sanit Bishnoi, all tied at 9 under, not too far either. Stay glued to your television sets or your laptop or your phone, wherever you are following us from. It promises to be a fantastic afternoon here as we have a look at Saptak. Should move a little from his left. Had us both fooled. Unfortunate miss there for him. Sanit Bishnoi on your screens, the young man hailing from Gurugram. Should looks like it might have a little bit of break from the left, but I think for all intents and purposes, this should be a straight, firm putt. Speed will be very important on this too. Hold it, and he does, and that's a nice, assertive, confident putt by this confident young man. Quite a few players already out on the golf course who have finished 6 holes. Marimuthuar, 1 under through 3 holes, so getting off to a decent start today. Aniket Sawant, 1 under through 3 holes. Good start for him. He's even par for the tournament thus far. We have a total of 5 internationals who've made the weekend rounds. And leading the fray is Varun Chopra, still pretty much in with a shot to win this tournament. He's 6 shots behind, although he'll have to make a move sooner than later if he has to try and compete with Aman or Dhruv. The number that I thought that this tournament might go up till is 18 under par, and it looks like that's very much in reach for these players.
Absolutely, sure. And as the day is progressing, we see a few more birdies being made. We watched Sanaj just make his, and Pranav Madikar also making 3 birdies today, unfortunately with a bogey to go with. So to 6, he's going through a round of 2 under par. Alap, who's currently tied 32nd with 2 under par total, is also 3 under par, sorry, is also 2 under for the day. He started with back 9, and Shivendra cleaning up there.
I think the players who are ranked somewhere on the 30th or 40th, they would also be trying to improve their positions because there's so many international events that are lined up for next year. You have these co-sanctioned events and with other tours and which are going to be released soon. And so the players trying to get up on the merit list as much as possible. We saw how important rankings were for the players this year at the Indian Open to try and get a spot. And for all those sort of lucrative events, the players really do try hard and improve their rankings.
You're right there, and I think that also goes to show how much the tour has grown, especially you since you played the tour a few years back, and even now when you go, you can clearly see the difference. Now there's a lot more to play for as well.
Yes. Even back in the day, I remember, at that time when I played the Indian Open, I think in 2010, 11, and in 8 as an amateur, you had to be somewhere around the 40th rank to try and at least be in the top 40 to try and get a start. Depends. I think at that time it was co-sanctioned with the Asian Tour, now with the DP World Tour. So the spots might have reduced a little bit, but still, you really need to be inside that 30, 40 spot. You get more events. There's so many opportunities. You have the Challenge Tour tournaments that the top 60 players play, which Om Prakash Chauhan won and then got his card on the Challenge Tour. So as we have a look at Amardeep Malik here with a good shot on hole number 6.
Our first look at Amardeep Malik today, and yesterday he had the flat stick rolling for him quite well, and that's a little cleanup, but he did well with the putter yesterday. It was quite impressive.
Hammer time. That's what he's called.
Fondly known as Hammer. Quite the jovial, he's quite funny in person as well.
Yeah, got a great sense of humor, and how the etymology of that name came about from that famous English singer, MC Hammer. You Can Touch This. That was one of the great songs of the 90s. We digress a little bit, but that's how Hammer Time came about. A great guy.
Always good to inform our audience of the star players of tour.
Got right there. That was Ravi Kumar who made his putt alongside Amardeep Malik.
Akshay Sharma now seems to be on the other side of the fairway, but on the fairway of another hole.
Yeah, so I think he's played it on the 3rd hole. That's what I was talking about yesterday. Many players opt to play on the other fairway and approach this hole from there, so they can negate the outer bounce altogether. Only a very confident driver will try and hit this fairway. It's only about 30 yards with OB on the other side. So the players have opted to hit it on the other fairway. Maybe that's also predicated by where the tee is placed. Sometimes the tournament director places the tee to the extreme right, then the players can't hit it over those trees to get to the other fairway. So maybe they've got that option because it's a lot more comfortable and pleasing to the eye to try and hit to the other fairway.
That's what Amanraj also seems to have done. If his unmistakable hat next to Akshay Sharma, we'll shortly know where he's hit his approach shot.
You can see that the winter has set in, as they say in Game of Thrones. Winter is coming, so it is the winter, but it's a lovely afternoon. You couldn't
It's a
have
great
asked.
city to be in as well. I mean, it's got great history, it's got a great look, and also at the same time, it's got a lot of great food to try as well.
Absolutely, it's got a lot of history. Hawa Mahal, so many others that they can actually go and see, and there's these historic forts and what have you. So for anybody who is a history aficionado, go have a look at these places. Obviously, the food is lip smacking, and so the people are really nice as well. I think there's a lot of Rajasthani hospitality.
Absolutely, and it's a beauty of our country, and the beauty of PGT as well. It takes us to all different parts of the country and all to different cultures. So, from an exposure standpoint, these players know so much and meet so many different people and get to experience a lot. And then they also give back by their wonderful performances. And taking a look at this now, this seems to be a little trend for the group now. Dhruv Sharon always seems to be the closest one to the flag. And Aman Raj now, after he made that 6 foot of a par from a lengthy distance, made his first putt and then came back with a 6 foot of a par. And then he seems to have a little distance here as well for his birdie on number 3.
Yeah, one thing that when you do hit that right fairway, this flag becomes a little difficult because there's a tree that impedes your line of play. So you'll have to hit a very high shot to try and get close from that side. So you will be able to avoid the outer bounds, but birdie is not going to be easy. So if you are looking to attack this flag, then probably this fairway is where you want to be. But these players are smarter than that. They know that this is a tight flag. Let's just maybe take your 4. Yeah, have an outside shot at birdie and then move on because it's pretty close to the bunker and there's a tree right there as well, so makes it pretty difficult. As we have a look at somebody there on which seems to be Yashas, I think, on hole number 4. So he's found himself in no man's land. Left of that green is as they say proverbially where you bury dead bodies. Nobody goes there. It's a very difficult place to be.
I think that also adding on to your point, quite rightly said. As a former winner, you know this that pars are a good score as well, and sometimes even a bogey is not a bad score.
Especially in some of these tricky holes, you want to be a little more disciplined and just make your 4 because you miss it on the wrong side. You're really testing your short game to the hilt. Let's see what he does here at hole number 4, which is on our second screen. Came out soft, and I think that did not quite make it to the green. So that's one of the perils of trying to attack it and missing it on the wrong side. Aman, not you wouldn't be too happy with that lag attempt. I'm just looking forward to see Akshay putt. I played a couple of rounds with him as well, and he tends to favor that left-right fade with the driver. Sort of holds back with the driver. He has a lot more distance in him, but plays his golf at about 85-90%. Sort of saws it off with a 3/4 kind of left-right drive. Really likes to keep it in the fairway. Very good iron striker. Again, puts the entire face of the club on the ball. As you have a look at Yashas, who's having a struggles on hole number 4.
And that would probably be for his 4. That's going to put a dent to the wonderful start that he's had. And
let's look at live feed 1 and Akshay. See, always going past or just skirting the hole. See, Aman is a fantastic player, no doubt about that. But if you look at the difference in both of them putting, this is what I'm talking about. Speed control. And even a putt, which is as long as this one, it skimmed the hole. So it's not easy. I don't know how he does it. I'm not a teaching professional that I can tell you what you must try and do, but maybe just follow this player more if you want to work on putting. That's intent.
Absolutely. I think you've picked the point rightly there. It's so much to learn from him, the adaptability, get the speed and distance right all the time. And as we watch the throw, basically holding everything. Now, that's the thing, actually. Now, see, that's the difference. that part never had a chance to go in.
And Dhruv is putting well. He's hold two putts. I know we're waxing eloquent, and maybe I'm sure that Akshay would also leave a few short. But uh, over the entire duration of a round, if you're hitting, let's say on 18 holes, you're hitting 13 greens, which is a very good number for professionals. Maybe on a golf course like this, I reckon they'll hit 14 to 15. They'll hit a few more greens. Um, if out of that, you're hitting 80%, like 12 putts beyond the hole, you'll end up holding quite a few of them. So that's the idea. It's about averages.
When it comes to putting, it's never up, never in.
Exactly. As we have Sanit there, has he hold it? No, he's marking his ball. Aman is really testing his putting early. On first hole, you saw it run by. So speed control also comes into play. So if you don't have speed control, you can have intent, but then you won't be able to putt well. So seems he's struggling a little bit. On the second one, he hit it about 5 feet by. Here, he left it about 4 feet short. So needs to dial in on the speed. That's a good putt there.
If you're joining us now, we have a little addition to the lead. Actually, there's not much change. Amanraj is still the leader at 15 under, but joining him is Dhruv Sharon after that blistering start with 2 birdies on the very first and the second hole that he's played, and he's come up with a little par on the third. So he's joined by Amanraj is joined by Dhruv Sharon at 15 under par. And now the solo third position stands with Yashash Chandra, which might change a little because he's having a little trouble on number 4. But currently he's at 12 under par, and Saptak, Akshay Sharma both at 11 under par.
And for those of you who are wondering what tournament you're watching, it's the Bhawani Singh Rathore presents Jaipur Open 2023, powered by AU Small Finance Bank. This tournament is being played at Rambagh Golf Club in Jaipur. Prize fund is rupees 1 crore. And we are your hosts, Ainesh Alwalia and Shaurya Singh. Both of us trying to make sense of what we are watching and trying to entertain you as well. We'd love to hear more from you. We really do like the participation on social media where you ask us golfing questions, or if you're a little philosophical, maybe even questions about life. There's no script here. As we have no such questions on Sanit's mind right now. The only question is, what is the line for this putt? It seems like it's going to break a little bit from his right. So right in should do it.
Most of the times those questions are tougher to answer than questions of life.
He's got the correct answer this time. But that's another thing in golf. You have so much dead time. A round can last anywhere between 4.5 to 5 hours, or maybe 5.5 also if you are stuck with somebody like me on a professional tournament. And there's so much dead time. You hit your shot, you're walking, and then you're thinking about things. So the mind really does wander because it's not a reactive sport. It's not like football or cricket where you don't have much time to think. You're just reacting and watching out for the ball. The entire time, your focus is on where the ball is going. If you're playing football or cricket, you're fielding. You're just anticipating that the ball is going to come to you, or you hope it's not going to come to you. But here, it's so different because the ball is with you.
Actually,
It's different. You have the ball with you.
They think that you're the one, and Yash is cleaning up for his I think, and short back. But a lot of times you think that golf's an easy sport because you're the one giving the ball momentum. But if you actually get to it, that is the difference.
It's really difficult because in other sports you might be involving a lot more fast twitch muscle fibers. Maybe something like tennis or football. As we have a look at Saptak cleaning up, you normally be just dealing with fast twitch muscle because you're also anticipating. So your neurons are firing all the time. You're standing on the field. When you're fielding, you see the fielders walking. You're the captain of your cricket team as well. A very good trick. The fielders are walking in from the circle. They're anticipating. So their fast twitch muscle fibers are ready to fire all the time. When you're playing golf, you cannot be like that. You have to be like that when you're walking on the tee to hit a long drive. You have to make them fire. But then when you're walking closer to the green or an approach shot or the putt, then you have to ensure that you don't twitch, because fast twitch muscle fibers are always twitching. You're jumping, you're sprinting. So it's very difficult. It's like a marriage between the two, and it's not easy. So you'll often find that it's very rare to find two things, that you're a great long straight driver and an excellent putter. It just doesn't happen. That's the way. Maybe that's the laws of this game, which gives everybody an opportunity. That's why you can have somebody like Mithun Pereira, who can on his day beat you, and you can probably hit your drive 150 yards by him. So that's what makes this game interesting. As you have a look at Sachin Bissoya limbering up. He also has a shot at that numero uno position, currently being held. Let's just have a look at Mount.
Warming up there, Rahil warmed up quite well. He's made a bunch of birdies in the middle of the front nine.
Rahil's a really good swimmer. He was a national, if I'm not wrong, he was a national swimmer at one point in time in school. So he's practicing that backstroke early in the morning. Look at that. A little bit of a La Jimenez. Probably not that unique, but going with. That's a big divot with a rescue. That looked like a big divot.
And that's Manu, one of the, not just star, I think after last season, was a superstar on top. 6 victories in one season, Shaurya. What do you think about that? Given the level of competition now, I mean.
Yes, I think it means each generation always thinks that their generation is the best, but it's true to say that the competition, the depth is so much more, and to win now is difficult, and win one time is difficult. I don't know how you do it 6 times. It's maybe something special.
Sachin now also becoming one of those guys to always look out for. He's in the top 5 for a lot of merit, and he's also won twice this year.
I see a lot of, how golf dressing has also changed over the years. If you think about Tiger Woods in the early 2000s, very loose, baggy trousers, loose t-shirts. Even when they used to work out a lot, there was no thing of having these tight t-shirts. But you see now the players work out, they like to have the arms sort of those tight t-shirts. It's how it's changing. It's becoming a more athletic game.
Absolutely. A lot of these guys, like you said, Rahil in his time, the national level swimmers, and most of these guys will be good at other sports as well, and quite good at it actually.
You really like this, how players shake hands. It's so much about this game. That's why it's called the gentleman's game. Of course, it's the most inclusive game with women doing so well. And then talking about women, you look at our stars, Aditya Ashok, and so on and so forth. They're just bringing glory to the nation. There's so many good lady players doing so well. Even the likes of Deeksha Dagar dominating worldwide. So many good players coming through the ranks, even in the women's section. Then our juniors doing so well. But obviously, we are focused on the Professional Golf Tour of India, and this is the creme de la creme.
Slight update with a few players now making a few more balls. Ukrat Singh Gill is par for the day, but he's doing it in a rather animated fashion. 4 bogeys, 2 birdies, and an eagle for him. And look at Dhruv Sharon, the confidence ride. I've always liked Dhruv as a golfer, and he's one of those guys who's he's quite the athlete actually. Not just cricket and golf. He's quite the badminton player, quite the sport. He's very quick off the feet. If you run with him, you're not catching him.
Yeah, you can make out the way he's. You can make out a lot about a player from his gait, the way he's walking, his intent, the way he walks up. So it's all positive intent. They say that it's not about your body image, how you play golf, and you set up that round. So it's a little draining to play golf this way. When you sort of switched on, you can see a player who's more assertive, somebody like Dhruv. But when he's on, you'll see that he'll get into momentum a lot more, as opposed to somebody who's really relaxed like Ernie Els.
And he takes his swag with that bunker, but which is also funny because when you talk about Shubhankar, I don't know how comfortable he will be with me sharing this, but he's one of the more uncoordinated athletes that I've seen, and he's just about decent. He's maybe average when it comes to amateur table tennis or all these other little games and sports, but he's an excellent runner. He's very fit that way, but when it comes to other sports, he's not as coordinated as one might think an athlete is. But when he plays golf, he's right up there with the best players in the world.
I played a lot of golf with Shubhankar as well. One thing that he has that I don't quite think that anybody else has is that innate maturity. When he was 18 and you speak to him, you speak, he is a fine young man. But the way, the maturity that comes from years of experiencing life and work, he already has that. As you have a look at a man who wields the magic stick, look at that. This is not a fluke, as they say. This is not a hobby. This is something serious.
Because time and again, he's been doing this for the second half of the season.
This is not easy at all. It's a 25-30 footer, and he's been able to hit it about 2.5 feet by. He might not know it. I don't want to jinx him, but this is something you really want to emulate. This is probably one of the best putters I've ever seen anywhere. Period.
Yeah, I think as in when we're talking about it, he's not disappointing us at all, because again, that putt, it's so good on speed that if it was on a better line, he had the chance to go in. Whereas if he left it, let's say 2 feet short, it's still 2 feet from the hole, but it would have never had a chance to threaten the hole. And I think those are the moments where you realize that every round, even if you pick up a shot at this level, 4 shots in a tournament just because you hit a putt past the hole.
And you look at somebody like Aman, who's also fantastic. I think Aman is just an aggressive player, but he's been off his speed today. We've seen on the whole, second hole, first hole he came up short, second hole he sort of went beyond. It'll be interesting to note how he putts as we have a look at this sixth hole, which is flanked by this water hazard. I'm not certain that anybody would want to take a dip in this chilly weather.
I certainly don't want that golf balls taking a dip there. We watch Sake with that aggressive swipe.
Yeah, that's a good one.
This pump, he's happy with the result.
Coming back to Shubhankar, so I've played a little bit of golf.
Life with Vedika, always full of altitude.
They kind of find the game that they're good at, and he's been lucky that way that he's been able to find something that he likes doing. He's got that maturity and he's got courage under fire. So different kind of player altogether, and again one of those players who has that heavy hit. He has that good forward shaft lean. I think not many players talk about it. Not many people talk about this factor. It's not how long you hit the ball, it's how you hit the ball. Siddiqur Rahman, only probably 250, 260 on the tee fly, but really good heavy hit on the balls. That's how the ball stays on course.
I think ultimately the sport is about, you watch Shivendra has got a very technical stance. He looks good over the ball.
And he can hit the ball, country man. He'll be able to give you a run for money.
Pound for pound, he's a strong player. He's comfortable with that stroke. Made a lovely putt there. And I think going back to Shubhankar for a quick second, I think one of the things that most young golfers can work on and learn over a period of time, because it's difficult to just teach within a short span of time. Even a year, it's difficult to learn. That if you interact with him, you'll realize that he's one of the most body-aware players. He is so aware of every movement that he makes, especially over the ball. He knows exactly what part of his body is firing or not firing, where his club face is, where his hands are throughout the swing. And I've not seen another player being that aware as we watch. Varun Chopra was quick over the ball.
Yeah, really doesn't take much time. And dressed like a classicist is looking good. It's reminding us of PGA Tour of yesteryear.
Another guy who reminds me of being quick over the ball. He must have played a lot of golf, competed with him actually a lot. Would be Himmat Singh Rai.
Yeah, very.
Go to the ball and just.
Yeah, he has that. He's pretty similar to somebody like Dhruv Sharon. A similarity between the two.
First look at hole number 8. The green looks quite expansive, to be honest.
Yeah, it's a good, but this is an inviting flag just to the front. The longer hitters might have even a 4-iron coming in. maybe the medium hitters, maybe a 3-wood, depending on the prevailing wind condition. So this is definitely a birdie hole, and if somebody can really bomb drive out there, some of the long hitters, maybe even a 5-iron. So look for a few eagles here.
Attention to that little 3-footer. As you've seen from yesterday, the 3-4-footers usually they don't on this golf course, but we've been tricking the players a little bit in certain holes, especially. Still early days. The low round of the day is going to the steely veteran Rahul Gangri. He's 3 under through his first 6 holes.
Yeah.
Early days for the round. I'm sure there's a lower round to be had in the day.
Reeling off birdies on hole number 3, 4, and 5.
Shala, what do you think of the start? Aman Raj, 4 holes, 4 pars, not as steady as he would have preferred, but par nonetheless for the day. He's not given any shots to the field. He's only been caught up by Dhruv.
I'm pretty certain that Aman has quite a few birdies in the tank, and he's 4 pars is also not really a bad start, because he won't feel that he's given a shot away. The third is a good par, 4th is a good hole to make a par on. The second as well is a good hole to make a par on. A player's happy with that. Maybe only the first hole, and you saw his second shot was not really up to the mark, so he'd be feeling good about his game. And coming up are quite a few birdie holes. You got 5, you got 6 with a wedge or a 9-iron. You got 7, just a driver and maybe 30 odd yards. You got 8 and 9. So Aman has hole number 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. There's a lot of birdie holes coming up for him. So even hole number 10. So it's a stretch that he can make a move.
And you think it's too early to say that maybe Dhruv and Aman are separating themselves from the field, because the closest pursuer
for 2 as we speak. It's 4 shots is a lot. And not many holes left. A lot of these players have already gone through 6 or 7, 8 holes. So will be difficult. Back 9 does give you a few opportunities, but I think it looks like a 2-horse race unless they capitulate on the back 9.
Now, separating himself from that little 11 under group, he's solo third at 12 under, making a lovely birdie on hole number 6, the par 3. Not very easy birdie to make. We saw Sakib hold a putt there, but little hazard to contend with.
Yes, it's there's a degree of difficulty to that hole now with that hazard being added. It's an elevated green as well, mind you, so the ball doesn't quite sit.
With some probably slow motion views of our players in our leaderboard. Actually, quite a little flexibility there. In the background, we have our very own JP Sharma. A familiar, comfortable face. Usually in the beginning and the end of the round, the entire team actually.
There we have getting back to the action. If you're joining us now, you have a wonderful day ahead of you of some live and splendid golf, including some commentary that we're doing from the ABP Center. I'm your host, Ainesh Aluwalia, alongside Shaurya Singh, the veteran golfer and the veteran host now, veteran commentator as well, and some lovely sights as we bring you the Bhawani Singh Rathore Jaipur Open 2023 powered by AU Small Finance Bank. We're on day 4 live from Rambagh Golf Club as we watch all the players taking their trade to this golf course.
But Ainesh, it's commentary is pretty similar to golf. No matter how much you do it, you still get nervous, and you still have to show up and deliver. And I hope that both of us are delivering. We want you to head over to www.pgtoffindia.com. You can get the schedule, rankings, information about who makes the most amount of birdies, who eats the most amount of food. I'm kidding. That's not really there. That's a made-up fact. For all of you who watch Whose Line Is It Anyway, the points don't matter. So it's akin to that. But yes, do head over to social media. Follow us there. Show us some love, and show your favorite players some love, because they're really playing well. Quite a few of them here.
We take a first look at Gaurav Pratap Singh. Standing right behind him is the tall, good-looking Ankur Chadda.
I'm pretty sure that he's going to be happy about that comment. And Gaurav Pratap Singh, no slouch himself, looking resplendent in yellow and making that putt.
Absolutely. Gaurav having a decent start. Made a little bogey on number 9, but he's made a couple of birdies as well. So he's under par for the day. And I do hope Ankur and his older brother, Ankit Chadda, a wonderful sportsman cricketer himself, here listen to this comment and take me out for a lunch.
How cricket is different from golf, I'll tell you. And Ankur, we were in the same team. I remember your team. And Ankur was batting, even though he was on my team. I was like, when will this guy get out? Maybe we get to have a bat as well. That's how it's different. You want your team to win, but you also want to have your own chance to play. Everybody wants their moment in the sun. And hole number 10 is going to give you an opportunity. If you really feel like you have the valor, then take it over those trees, that water hazard, and hit that high driver, pitch it on the green. But if you want to play with prudence, hit an iron off the tee, maybe a 6 iron, and then hit a pitching wedge. Try to get it done the conventional way. It's Victor Hans. Victor for the victory right there. A birdie putt, it seems, for Victor. Good putt.
Learned something from that putt. It's a short putt, but what makes you think it needs your attention, it looks like. And moving back to the par 3.
Never quite understand if the player is standing in the hazard or outside it. This is Yashash Chandra. I think there's a bunker right there, or
just over the hazard. Maybe there's a little room to work with.
Yeah, it looks like he's submerged in the hazard, because almost shin deep. But no, he's out of the hazard, so just about getting lucky there. It's not one of the flags that you flirt with. It's a good shot.
Made a good fist of it. Just overballed it a little there, but he'll be happy overall with that result.
When you look back, these players, they're lucky that this Professional Golf Tour of India has this historic tie-up with the ABP network, the country's leading news and dissemination network. They're being seen by thousands and lakhs of people, and this is when later in the years they can always look back and have this footage and see that, yes, I was there that day playing this big historic event. I competed on the Professional Golf Tour of India. For many of them, there'll be days of glory. I know I'm getting a little nostalgic looking back, but that's how life is. You kind of roll with the punches. And somebody will have to roll with the punches today, because Dhruv Sharon and Aman Raj are in here for the fight. They want to win this tournament, and let's see if any of these boys can have anything to do about it.
Something like now, coming fresh of that birdie on number 5. He's got what I would assume this hole is actually vacant in the range because there's not a lot of break here, and he seems to be going a little uphill.
That's a good tee shot, though. It's a prudent tee shot. Keep it away from the water. Just about.
Seems to have come up slightly short, and I think yes, he's come up a little short, and I think that goes to show what we've been talking about, that getting the speed right is probably like a little more important, because you can get the break in different ways. If you can get the right side of the hole, you can get the center of the hole, you can even catch the left side. But if the ball is not going to reach the hole, they're never going to make that putt.
We were thinking that the title is pretty much done and dusted as far as the order of merit is concerned, but I think there is still a little bit of sting in the tail left. You look at Om Prakash, he's at 1 crore 13 lakh and 80,000, and Sachin Bissoy is at 71.46. And as we were speaking, he's made a couple of birdies and he's moved up to 11 under par. So if he can somehow wrangle a top 2 finish and get to that 80 lakh mark, he's currently sitting at 71. If he gets to about 80, we have a look at Sanit here. A lot of break on that, and
lovely putt.
Hasn't he done well?
Speed right.
If he gets to about 80, then the difference is only 33. So he would at least have a mathematical chance of by winning that tournament. And if Om Prakash doesn't finish in the top 5, I think that should be good enough.
Absolutely, and I think it's not just Sachin because it's a big event. Next week, the final, the season ender. It's a 3 CR event,
and even Aman Raj, if he wins this tournament, he'll probably move up to about 85, and that'll be 28 shy of Om Prakash. So there is, with that final event being the winner taking about 45 or maybe 47.
A lot depends on what Om Prakash does next week, but I think if the guys following him, the 3 guys following him, if any one of them manages to win, it's going to be a pretty good shout for that number 1 spot.
Yeah, because prize fund does dramatically decrease after the top 5. There's good chunk of it for the top 5 players. Then there's a precipitous drop. So that's a good part. There's a disproportionate amount for the winner, and rightly so, because the winner has to beat so many players to win a golf tournament. Golf, it's unique in the way that you have to beat all the other players individually. It's not like maybe a knockout sport where you have to beat 8 teams to win a World Cup. It's so much more different. Absolutely. You have to beat 125 players. Each one of their
sport also. I mean, you are the one who has to do it. You don't have a team to do it first. You're the only one swinging that golf club. You got that lovely putt by Sanit. You got the speed in line, right? Catching the right side of the hole.
Great putt. That's unique, because in golf, winning majors is so much more difficult, and it's difficult in tennis as well. Every sport has its own unique characteristics, but you can have more repetition in a game like tennis. You're only beating 6 or 5 players that week. So there can be other players who have better weeks than you, but they could be knocked out by another opponent on another day. So those permutation and combinations, they really do change things. You'll see in golf, when you have match play, you can have surprise winners in match play, but that never happens in stroke play, because that's the true test of golf.
And I think that goes to show how wonderful and challenging sport is, because at the end of the day, this is truly the most individual sport that there is, as we watch the putt go by a little strongly. And on our screens is Divyanshu Bajaj making a reel for his putt. And Karan in the background, waiting for his opportunity. Divyanshu Bajaj, now fondly known as Bunty Da on tour. Also a fairly consistent player.
Yeah, it's really improved over the years. I remember when he started out, he was not that. He would never really contend or shoot low numbers. And then has sort of had linear growth, which is very rare in golf, especially in pro golf. You don't quite see players sort of get better year on year.
Scraping the edge there, not getting the read right. I think it was a good stroke, but reading was a little off there. That's all right. Some more holes to play, a lot more opportunities to get. We have a wonderful update actually. For the first time ever in this tournament, we have a new leader. Dhruv Sharon has made birdie on number 5, which means that now we have Aman Raju started the day 2 shots clear, chasing a new leader, chasing Dhruv Sharon, who's at 16 under par, and Dhruv Sharon's come out all guns blazing. He's firing in all cylinders, and he's now trying to separate himself from the rest of the pack. And Aman Raj playing alongside him knows exactly what he needs to do. Sure, quite an interesting turn of events there.
Yeah, he's leaving no stone unturned, and it looks like he's come out with intent. He's definitely not here to finish second, and he's got the game. And this golf course is going to reward good iron striking. The thing about this golf course is if your irons are on song, because many of these green complexes are pretty small, so it's going to reward accuracy.
First look at Karthik Sharma. He was on the screens a little yesterday. He's on hole number 10 with that chip shot. First look at the left-hander actually.
Not his best effort.
Not a lot of left-handers on tour, but Jairaj Singh Sandhu managing to win this year, making him the first left-hander to win on tour. Quite an interesting stat.
Oh, I didn't quite know that. That's rather interesting. It's taken so many years, but so he's a southpaw that'll go down in history. First to win on tour.
And that's the familiar figure of Kalin Joshi playing alongside Karthik Sharma. I think talking about Dhruv Sharon, one of the things I've admired, as I mentioned before, the tempo and rhythm of everything that he does, the golf swing, his short game, it's quite beautiful to watch. And it's very difficult to emulate or imitate as well, because it's something very natural to you, I feel. It's very difficult to copy a tempo of a player. And for someone like Ernie Els, because a lot of people have the impression that it's slow, or an Adam Scott that he's slow, but they're not slow. It's like Dhruv Sharon, he's not slow. It's just they accelerate at a point in time where we don't really catch it properly.
Yeah, there was a very good video I saw. As you have a look at Badal here. Very good putter, Badal. Excellent. Maybe I jinxed him this time. Probably has the worst part of the round, and that's where the commentators took a course, unfortunately.
He's just paying a little caution to that downhill.
Yeah, this hole is really interesting, and you know, these trees and the bushes and the shrubbery, they've really grown over the years and added so much character. This hazard wasn't there back in the day. I'm talking about good 15, 17 years ago. A lot of the players actually used to take out the driver and go for broke on this hole. So this is definitely given the players a lot to think about on this hole. Cullen now. Cullen, a very aggressive player. Also a long hitter, probably one of the longest on tour. Played a lot of golf on the Asian Tour, has Cullen. Also a winner at Delhi Golf Course, the Panasonic Open on the Asian Tour. Yeah, just about using the side door.
As long as they go in, the score is going to reflect that. No picture on the scorecard. Cullen is a very well-rounded golfer. Has multiple victories on tour here, and is playing internationally as well and representing the country. He had recently qualified the teams that represented India at the Asian Games as well. So quite a well-rounded golfer, quite a jovial personality and person to be around. Karthik Sharma after that chip shot, it was a fairly easy chip shot. Just run it by a little. He would not want to give the hole away here. He comfortably finds the middle of the hole. Um, as the day is progressing, we also see few guys now making a few more birdies, and Aman Raj is surprisingly playing birdie free till hole number 5. He's yet to make. Apologies there. He's yet to make one birdie on the day, but plenty of holes for him. But he's not dropped a shot either. He's at 15 under where he started the day, and Dhruv Sharon is just blisterated out of his position. He said that I'm not going to sit and watch Aman Raj take the lead and run away with it. He's made 3 birdies on the day. He's 3 under through the first 5 as we watch them making their way onto the par 3. Akshay and Aman both seem to have hit the green. Aman seems to have hit a wonderful tee shot, probably the best of the day we've seen. Dhruv, on the other hand, seems to be out with the flat stick, but maybe a little over the hole. Got a fair bit of distance to cover. I think a 2 putt would be quite satisfactory here for him. Syed Bishnoi has also propelled himself in the top, tied 3rd position actually. He's made 3 birdies after that bogey start on the first. Sanet's 2 under on the day, as is Saptak Talwar, who's at the tied 3rd position with him, alongside Akshay Sharma, who's also made a birdie on number 5. So he's coming off a fresh birdie himself with a wonderful tee shot on the par 3 6th. Dhruv's got some work left here. He's got quite a fair distance, which is one part of the problem, but he's also got a few slopes and lines to contend with. But he, on this day, if anyone's got the rub of the greens, he definitely has them. So a rhythmic stroke. Let's see where it ends up. Would you believe that? Almost hold it out from that range. A lip out always hurts, but I think the end result is going to be as satisfactory as he would have hoped for, because that's a wonderful putt and well within the tap and range. Dhruv Sharon works in Gurugram. He works with his long-time coach Priya Puri, so they might have figured out a little formula, and clearly things are working out for him. Akshay Sharma now. Quite an aggressive tee shot, given the hazard is just right behind him, as you can see on your screens. But he's given himself a makeable opportunity for birdie there. That's little part of his pre-shot routine. Quite an interesting one, actually. Takes a little sip of water before every shot that he hits. And the caddy knows exactly what to do. Always carrying that little bottle around him. Akshay Sharma, we've been reading about how high quality and consistent his putting has been. Even if he doesn't hold the putts, he always gives them a good shout. Let's see if we can manage to do the same here. And it was great online. I think he just overhit it a little, catching the edge, burning the edge on the left side, maybe a little softer, and that would have turned back in the hole. A great putt nonetheless. And Aman Raj now hitting almost in the tap in range, as we'd like to call given. You know, you're just assured that you're going to make the putt, but just a little outside that range. Looks like a little downhiller. But as confident as he is, I don't think he's going to make a error in judgment. Would be a great start here if he can hold this for him to kickstart his round. Watch the caddy peering on alongside some of the spectators. That lovely fountain going on in the background. This could determine a lot of the momentum for him. Rehearsing the stroke, that's a disappointing miss. After that wonderful tee shot, the best of the day. Looked at it for quite a while actually. Just a little perplexed by maybe the read, maybe the stroke was not as confident as he would have hoped for, but it's only going to be a par for him. Akshay Sharma now with what one would assume is a cleanup, but it's still a good, better part for three footers, so needs to be a little careful. Getting a little distracted by maybe a fly there, and
मैडम को पैसे से प्यार नहीं है।
भाई साहब, पैसे से प्यार है तभी तो एयू से करार है।
ऐसा क्यों?
आपका बैंक सेविंग्स अकाउंट पे इंटरेस्ट देता है
3 महीने में एक बार।
मेरा एयू हर महीने। इनको भी एयू से प्यार हो गया। सोच बदलो और बैंक भी। एयू स्मॉल फाइनेंस बैंक, बदलाव हमसे है।
the three actually, because from that distance to get the ball to where it ended up with that speed and almost actually holding it is quite impressive. They were making a very, very confident, comfortable par there. He's definitely on his way. He knows exactly what he wants to do and what he's doing. He knows exactly where his game is today. We get back to hole number 8, the par 5. Little replays of our leader group on the par 3. A couple of burnt edges. All three players safely making par. As we watch the power group making their way onto hole number 8. One would assume all three of them are here in 2 strokes.
Yeah, that's safe to say.
Ahmadi Malik,
Sorry, go ahead.
Ahmadi Malik has rounded out his front nine with a couple of birdies, so he's 3 under for the day at 11 under par as well. He's making a move up that top 5 now, just outside it at tight 6th.
I thought that player started so slow, but that was an exception. Only the players from the 10th to 20th position had a rough start on the front nine on the first 4-5 holes, but they also made up with birdies. But it seems that it's pretty much a similar story as to what it was yesterday. They're making a lot of birdies again.
I think that's the quality of these golfers as well, Shaurya, don't you think? I mean, you give them enough holes and they're going to come up with those bunch of birdies.
Yeah, and this pin position on 8 is fairly benign, front left. This chip is just going to feed towards the flag, right to left. Pretty straightforward. Should look for this to be within 5 feet for Saqib. That's really pretty underwhelming.
I think he was confused with what shot he wanted to play.
For want of another word, I'll just say underwhelming. But otherwise, I think that's a below par shot from his standards.
There's a reason why he's rehearsing his chip as well, because he's disappointed with it, and rightly so, because quality of his player.
See, there's a little bit of a swale, so you have to get the speed right, but it's not that difficult because you can go about 5 or 6 feet by the flag and still have a good putt. So let's see what Shivinder does here. Would he have learned something from Saqib's mistake? As I say, in life, you don't need to reinvent the wheel. You can learn from others' mistakes.
Absolutely. I think Shivinder should show us exactly what we mean by...
Not bad, but not a 10 on 10 either, but not a bad effort.
I think in comparison to Sakib Shot, it's obviously better, but quite average, I would say, given where he was on an uphill chip on a par five. I'd assume you'd want to give the hole a little run there.
I think the smartest and the best players who are at the most flourishing careers are the ones who learn from their seniors and even their juniors. You don't always have to make the mistakes that others have made. You can just avoid them, sidestep them. So that's very important, and that's why maturity comes into the fore. Somebody like Shubhankar really comes to mind. He sort of has that look of maturity beyond his years. He knows that what's wrong, what's right, and that's how you actually get ahead of the curve. The competition is so steep. You need to do anything to gain an inch, and maturity definitely helps.
Absolutely, and Varun now just
I
sneaking
think
by. Maybe the green's a little
maybe the green's a
slower
little
than-
slow from here. They're probably putting into the green, and that there's sort of a visual deception because there's a slight downhill after that ridge. So the player's assuming that the ball will release on and doesn't quite so. Maybe another master stroke from the tournament director. And for those of you who are joining us, we like to tell you we live at the Bhawani Singh Rathore presents Jaipur Open 2023, presented by AU Small Finance Bank, being played at the Rambagh Golf Club in heart of Jaipur, this wonderful city. This is the penultimate tournament on the Professional Golf Tour of India season 2023. The season will be capped off next week at the Tour Championship presented by Tata Steel. And that's where a lot of this field will be heading to. Only the top 60 players get to start that tournament, plus a few invites. And that's how you get it done. Brilliant putt by Sakib, making up for that chip. Yesteryears, they used to say that putt for no, drive for show. And I've read this saying quite a bit. You know where are the long hitters? The woods are full of them. You know where to find long hitters, because they were considered long hitters were considered errant. But now you see the new breed of golfers. Long hitters are actually straight hitters as well, and then that can be a devastating combination, being long of the tee and straight as well. Normally, you would think that a long hitter is crooked, but not anymore. I think the longer they hit it, the straighter they go. Good putt.
Shvendra rounding out that up and down on number 8. Comfortably so, quite a confident stroke there. Varun Chopra would like to do so as well. Quite quick once he's over the ball.
Yeah, this would be interesting to see. This is he's seen the line, but still, it's not the easiest to putt. Probably breaking a little bit from his left. He's giving it a second look, maybe all of 10 seconds till now. I think this is the first time that I've seen him sort of exuding a little bit of nervous energy, so sort of going back and forth again and again, a little bit like what Jim Furyk used to do back in the day. That routine. He's given it 3 looks. Yeah, but he's very quick though. Still,
Once he's over the ball, he just goes.
I think still got it done well within 25 seconds. And no such worries for the furry friend there. He's relaxing. No lead to carry. No cut to make, and is in life good.
Could be a reason the players are not trying to go past the hole to not disturb their little furry friend.
Yes, maybe so. As we have a look at Sachin. He's trying to win this tournament as well.
Sachin's having a decent day as well, but I feel Dhruv and Aman, especially if they don't give up any shots, they're definitely going to gain a couple of birdies, if not more in the day.
We did speak that it looks like a 2-horse race, but not quite. It seems like the chasing pack is gaining on them. Objects in the mirror are closer than they seem. Saptak Talwar getting 13 under par, 3 shots in the lead. Sanit Bushnoi trying to make amends, is within 4.
You can't know at this point. I mean, I know that Dhruv is at 16 under par and Aman is 15, but I think guys at 12 and 11, because the amount of red on the leaderboard,
if you're just sleeping for a few holes, you make a few pars, and you don't make birdies. The other guys are definitely going to come up with their own birdies, and anybody can catch up right now. It just seems like
Yeah, this golf course does offer you. Oh, look at that. That is that's strange. That really came out hot. I'm not quite sure what that was about.
thing was a little brain fog there for such a thing. Sometimes that happens, like lack of concentration.
Yeah, that's the nature of this game. Sometimes you can just sort of get so immersed in the line you forget about the speed, or vice versa, and that's one of those things that can happen. That happens one odd time in a tournament. That's okay, and that's why I think it's good to be a quick player. Just get there, look at the putt, and hit it, and then you're always consistent in your routine. This tends to happen to players who are a little deliberate or medium, but
I
nevertheless.
think even if you take time over the ball, you can't be thinking over the ball. At the end of the day, you want to be ready before the shot and just execute once you're
Yeah,
over the
but
ball.
I think invariably, if you take a lot of time, you end up thinking. It's that kind of a game. You
I
end up
would agree
thinking
with you there.
about the line, the speed. You get a few negative thoughts. Don't hit it here. Don't hit it there. And that's pretty much all the brain needs for it to misfire. Manu now, very unique putting method that he has. Stands almost very straight. I've not quite seen players putting this way. Look at their hands, almost straight. Not much bend in them. Stands pretty far away in terms of height from the putter. You want to get the head closer, the eyes as close as possible to the ball, but maybe not. What do I know? That's how you get it done. Jack Nicklaus used to say, the closer the eyes are to the ball, that's how I used to crane all over it.
Manu is definitely one of those guys who knows exactly what to do and how to do it, shown time and again. I think they're also testament to the fact that there's no one true way to do it. If you watch Akshay Sharma, how he crouches over the ball and gets, he seems he's almost intensely over the ball, controlling every aspect of all the
Exactly.
movements that he's making. And here we have Manu just standing as straight as possible and rolling it in as well.
And now you have Sachin again, who's craning over. But there's a theory: you want to get your eyes closer to the ball in putting. The closer you are, it seems that you can sort of guide the ball, and putting seems to be one of those things that you want to do that.
Sachin now with that punt return part, and he's
an
not had a good day on number
unfortunate,
9.
It's an unfortunate hole for him. It was a good second shot, but a little bit of faux pas, and that's the nature of this game.
Rahil now having a good day thus far, 3 under through his first few here on number 9. That's a disappointing miss. He would have been expecting to make that one. Not easy. 7 8 footers are never easy. Your expectations are higher, but they're simple enough to miss sometimes. And slowly getting his ball out of the hole just means he's a little disappointed there. Not too content with the result, but brush it off, move on to the next one, and have a birdie fest on the back 9. We take a look at hole number 10.
Interesting hole number 10. As you have a look at Ravi here. Maybe all of 25 feet. The good thing about the speed of these greens is that you can be aggressive. They're not too quick, they're not too slow, just about the ideal speed here at Rambagh Golf Club. And that's one of the reasons why you're seeing so many birdies. So leaving that short.
Seemed to have been online. I mean, he just had to hit it. But from those distances, you can only imagine a player trying to lag it up. So
should be fairly content with the result. And Pratap having a steady day himself today. We watched him a little while earlier, playing this very hole. Is 2 under through the day, trying to get closer to that top 10. Amardeep Malik now having a good day today, 3 under through his first nine. Would love to start the back nine with a birdie as well.
Yeah, this is a makeable putt for Amardeep. Straight up and just, I think it's a good putt, just veered off a little bit.
Under reading a little as we watch on our feed number 2, we see Sakib taking a practice swing, and on the left we have our veteran Shamim Khan. We got to see quite a bit of him yesterday.
Yeah, seems to be in a spot of bother, does Shamim. Not quite sure which hole he's playing, maybe 10, 11 or 12. Could be 10. We'll soon find out. He's already finished the front nine. Just about missing it to the left. Not quite sure who that is. Struggling with the advertising board. The ruling is that if it's in your line of sight, of if your club is impacting it, line of sight only if you're playing your own hole, if I'm not wrong, and that also line of sight within. So the referee has to make a judgment call. Then you can remove it. It's going to be quite a shot there on hole number 12. Alongside Shamim is Ravi Kumar and Amardeep Malik. That's Shivinder on our screens.
Have you got an opportunity to play with Shivinder a bit?
I think I played a round of golf with him. He back in the day at Golden. At that time, he was hitting quite a draw and pretty long, really sneaky long. Once he catches, he can really get them out there.
I feel he's one of the more slightly under the radar player.
Yes.
Considering he's always there around the leaderboards. I've never seen him not being there.
He has that ability of shooting. He's one of those players who has that ability of shooting those deep under par rounds, those +5 under par rounds. That is very rare. He shoots those 6 under, 7 under, 8 under also he shot. So that is what sets him apart from the others. I think that's an ability not many players have. A lot of players can shoot a 2 under, 3 under, but they tend to get complacent or throttle back and just try to safeguard their under par round. It's players like him that actually go deeper when they're doing well.
Absolutely, and it's quite difficult to teach someone that. I mean, players can be good and play out on top, but to get those rounds to 8 under, 9 under, as we watch a fairly wonderful punch out.
Yeah, that's similar territory to where Sachin was. Just wouldn't want the same result. But this is again one of the genius pin positions, just on the front edge with a little bit of a false front. Look at some of the other golfers out on the golf course. You have Alap Ail at 4 under par for the day and 4 under for the tournament. Then you have Pukraj, who's really having a tumultuous, strange day to say the least. He's had an eagle, 2 birdies, he has 4 bogeys, 5 bogeys, and a double bogey on third, and he finds himself 3 over. So he's his last 5 holes have been birdie, eagle, bogey, par, double. So he's had it all. Had a birdie, bogey, eagle, double bogey. So it's a little inconsistent
And someone who's having a fairly up and up day is Dhruv Sharon. He just keeps impressing everybody, including us here in the com box. And he's made another birdie on number 7, and he's 4 under for the day through the first 7 holes. And he's now stretched his lead to 2 shots over Aman. As we know, he was trailing by 2 shots in the start of the day. Now he's 2 ahead of Aman, his playing partner as well. And Aman's only managing pars for the round.
I have a surprising stat, which I'm certain that I've not seen in any other tournament, and that I've commentated on. Today, hole number 3. Oh, that's a good shot. Hole number 3, Jairaj Sandhu made a quadruple. Arjun Prasad has made a quadruple. Man Bias with a double. Angad Chima has made a quadruple. Kapil Kumar with a triple. Pukhraj with a double. And M. Dharma with the pentacle. So I'm really confused. Are these players trying to hit the fairway? Maybe these are the players who try to hit. So that fairway is one you want to avoid, or if you're hitting it, maybe hit just a rescue. Strange that there's so many big numbers on hole number 3. It doesn't really force you to hit the fairway. You can play it from the other side. So it'll be interesting to know how they managed to make such a meal of it. Where you have a
Well,
look at
impressive shot by Varun Chopra.
Yeah, that's a
Actually,
very
he
good
had
shot.
no room to work with, and I think he didn't have a good stance as well. But
Brilliant shot by him, created that speed, was able to accelerate. But it's surprising that such seasoned players have had such big numbers on hole number 3.
moving on from the negatives of the day to the positive, Shaurya, you did predict yesterday that you think Dhruv Sharon is going to have a very good tournament and he's going to have a say for the event quite early on. And he's clearly showing that. Are you at all surprised that he's managed to pull off a 2-shot lead over Aman Raj?
I predicted that he would play well today because I've seen his temperament, and he's when he plays well, he continues that run for a while. And if he's not playing well, then he's not quite able to turn that around. I've seen that about his game. Played a lot of rounds with him personally, and he's sort of unfazed. If he's playing well, he'll keep going deeper. So the only thing surprising is that Aman Raj is sort of stuck in neutral gear. I would have expected that Aman would also sort of make a couple of birdies and not let him get away. So we've not quite seen that thus far from Aman. He has a par 5, hole number 8. Maybe he gets his round going, because if he doesn't, then there's a possibility that Dhruv could sort of run away with it.
Yes, because on the par 5, it's Dhruv, the way he's going, you'd assume that he's going to definitely give.
And he has an advantage because
Dhruv
Dhruv hits it far.
Absolutely.
And when he gets those flat drives going, he can hit it really far. Gets that carry to about 290, 85 yards, and gets good 30-40 yard roll. So he can get it to about 335, 340 off the tee.
He's an ideal golf course to hit that flight as well. And someone who's not going to go away still is Aman Raj, as we know. The quality that he has, he definitely still has a say in this tournament. And someone who wants to be included in the conversation is Saptak Talwar. He's made an incredible eagle on number 8. He's now tied for second with Aman Raj. So the young boy is showing everybody how it's done, even including Sanith. Solo 4th currently, has made 4 bogeys after that poor start with a bogey on the first. So he finds himself at 13 under. This day is getting only more interesting as it's progressing. More and more names coming up close to the lead. And for the first time in this tournament now, Dhruv Sharon is the solo leader by 2 shots.
I thought the number might be 18, but seems that it may as well get to about 19 or 20 even, depending on how Saptak and Aman Raj continue their rounds.
I think guys were there tied for 5th. Sakib and Yashas. Dhruv, Saptak and Aman Raj are basically telling them you're a little too far back, especially Dhruv, who's now 5 clear of anybody who's sitting at 12 under par. And seems like the more holes they're playing, the more holes Dhruv is playing. He's just giving himself more and more opportunities.
Yeah, it seems that it's going to be decided on the back 9, that's for sure. As I say, it never starts until the back 9 on the final day.
Shivinder there, cleaning up to round out his front 9. Moving on to the back now for him as we watch on our feed 2 on your screens.
Getting back to the action, the group seems to be struggling a little with the referees following them quite closely. We watch these lovely sights, the golf course in the city.
I was
And
also wondering the polo ground adjacent. It looks really lush, especially given the season. It's really lush. So good work being done there as well.
I think, sure, this tournament itself has been quite special, as in the conditions, as we can see in talking to the players. It's been quite at par with some high standards run around the country as well. And as we watch our top five,
Absolutely, and I think these drone shots. I don't know if you remember the blimp on the PGA Tour. It reminds you a little bit of that back in the yesteryear. The blimp was a big thing. Obviously, I think now it's been replaced by these drones, and that adds a different layer to the competition.
we take a look at the leader group with a few spectators behind him. I'm sure there are a few spectators on the sides as well, walking along, following the wonderful ball striking and wonderful scoring right now. And it seems like Dhruv Sharon is the player to watch, as along with Saptak Talwar. I mean, both these boys are having 400 and 500 respectively.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see where they've ended up. I can see that Akshay is walking with a putter in hand. That's always a good sight. As I say, it's a long walk with a putter. That's what Greg Norman said. What's happiness in life? He says a long walk with a putter in hand.
Absolutely, especially on a par five, it sums it up perfectly.
I think he's hit a brilliant shot. He has a realistic shot at eagle, it seems.
Right.
He's also had a very silent round thus far as Akshay. The putts have not dropped, but is even par for the round. Dhruv coming up short. Aman seems to be in good position, although he'll have to deal with that that sort of false front, that embankment. Not sure if he's in the bunker. We'll find out soon. Dhruv will maybe have to play some sort of a bump and run sort of shot from the back foot. Don't quite imagine him flying it all the way till the flag. There's not much space there. Maybe just take a sandwich and keep it on the back foot. Try and work it a little bit from right to left.
And I think this is where we give a little visual to the viewers as well, because he's there in two on a par five, and he's in the center of the fairway. He gets to pick his lie because of lift field in place. But
So it's just good because the viewers will get to know what kind of shot he's intending. He can actually decide because he can set the lie according to the kind of shot he wants. So I would think the ideal shot, maybe take a pitch. He seems to be going with a wedge, pitching wedge, maybe keep it on the back foot.
seems to be a little tricky though because of the slope.
Yes, so the bump, and it now needs to roll. We've seen quite a few shots that deadens that slope sort of deadens the the impact and sort of slows down the ball. So
I think it's
It's
a
in
little
that-
better than average job, because I feel if you look at the slope, if you look at the golf bag in the background, half the golf bag is hidden. He had to come up a little slope to.
just unfortunate that ball you saw as the first bounce was a little
Was a little
softer
soft,
than what you
yes.
would have expected. It's not the
But,
easiest
I mean,
of
I
shots.
think he's in makeable range,
Yes,
and I think if he manages to make this putt, he's really putting a dent on what he's doing in the.
I think it's pivotal. This shot that Aman's playing, and this shot is a lot easier than what Dhruv had, because Aman can actually just hit a sandwich, pitch it on green. He has enough space. Doesn't really need to contend with that slope that Dhruv had.
If you were Aman right now, would you think that, you know what, instead of just thinking of making a simple up and down,
Yeah, he
maybe I
would.
should go for it?
This is I mean, he would be looking to hold this because this is makeable territory, and he has good enough control on a short game where he can still do that and be within 4 feet for his next shot.
He, as we see, he could manage to pitch.
Yeah,
it
so look at
directly.
that. It was pretty straightforward, and he's done well. So he would move to 6, and he's a little disappointed. He was going for the eagle.
I think that's what that's what you said, because you leave it 2 feet short. It's these chip shots are ones that you want to hold. He's got a good lie. He's on a little uphill. He knows he cannot hit a very poor chip here. So even if he runs it by 3 or 4 feet,
But he's done well because he's a good shot. You can't quite gauge the release after a certain point because I mean those are the variables in golf. You can't control that. That's a 10 on 10 shot because that probably would have released a little more. So you also don't want to consciously try and hit it because that's when you get out of your element. And when the time you're trying to hold a shot, you always hit a bad one. Now somebody would. This will be an interesting putt to note. This is an eagle putt. That shot must have looked fantastic in the air to be that close to the flag. Would have.
Has in the flag on the way
Yeah.
here, actually. You watch on our feed number 2, we have.
Oh, look at that.
He
never
made the
disappoints. Even if he's not making birdie, those putts look great. And this is how he does it. An eagle. He's just a brilliant player. I mean, I don't know if he wins this week or not, but there's so much to learn from how he putts and how he sort of approaches the game of golf.
It's a wonderful shot on our feed too by Saptak, who's on the charge as well. I mean, he's actually overshadowing everybody as it goes on to the low round of the day. 500 through his first 8, so a good look at birdie on number. Happen. So it makes for a very interesting viewing up ahead.
Yes, for our viewers, the tighter the competition, the better the view is.
Naman safely for his 4. A little jump in his stride. He's definitely now thinking, this is what I needed. This is how I kickstart the round. It's a lovely sight to also see so many spectators there. We can't catch all of them on screen, but I'm sure there are quite a bunch of them following these wonderful players.
Yeah, and for those of you following us from Jaipur, we recommend that you get your friends and family together and head on over to the golf course on this weekend because the viewership to view this tournament is free. You heard me right. It's free to watch these top golfers in action. There's no other sport that you can watch on top flight on an international level. No entry fee, no ticket fee. Just go and enjoy the golf. You have to, of course, follow the etiquettes of the game. Maintain your distance from the players and be outside the ropes at all times. But for all intents and purposes, there's no better opportunity than to watch these constellation of stars in your home state and in your lovely city, Jaipur. And this tournament was made possible by another homegrown lad, Bhawani Singh Rathore, presents Jaipur Open 2023, powered by AU Small Finance Bank. This tournament has not disappointed. We expected fireworks, we expected birdies, eagles. There's been a lot of competition. We expected the best to come to the fore, and that's what's happened. We have Aman Raj, we have Dhruv Sharon, Saptak Talwar, Sanit Bishnoi. It's definitely the charge of the youth. Trying to see where the experienced campaigners are. It seems like only 20-somethings are there on the leaderboard. Akshay Sharma, who is the only player in the 30s there. Syed Saqib Ahmed as well. And you have a lot of youngsters even behind Khalin Joshi, Amardeep Malik in his late 30s. We have a look at Sanit doing a better job as opposed to Sachin from there.
Left himself a little work to do, but interesting to now see what he did make an eagle indeed on number 8, and Aman Raj did make a birdie, and going against the tide today for him a little, the disappointing par, but it's still just a par, and he has not given any shots away to the field today. Dhruv, both Aman Raj and Dhruv.
Yeah, playing well, 17, 16, and 15 now, Saptak Talwar. So it seems that this tournament is still fairly wide open. At this point in time, you have a total of 12 players within 6 shots. And if you want to make 5 shots on, so on 10 holes, maybe a little too much. Let's cull it a little bit more. So
I'm
four
on the
shots,
side.
I think 4 shots is a reasonable number of shots. So 5 within 4 shots of each other. That's, I think, the winner is going to come out from that group. Sanit Bishnoi would like to make amends for that tournament at his home club.
Yash is now peering on, looking quite till the end. Actually, he thought it had a chance, but didn't break enough. Just finishing off for a par there now. Interesting. Very curious to see what Saptak manages to do, because if he manages to hold this, it's going to be a rather impressive 6 under through.
Now, this is the unique format where you see 2 screens at one point in time. You see hole number 9 and you see hole number 10.
Double the fun for us, double the fun for the audience as well.
Yeah, you're not going to see this on, oh, look at that, the good part, another broadcast. That's why we say that do watch this broadcast on ABP Live, and later this is also going to be broadcast on Eurosport. I think it's already live. So wherever you're watching, whichever country, I hope you're enjoying this broadcast.
What's Saptak being looked on by Sanit? And Sanit's having a great day himself. He's at 3 under par for the day, and that's a wonderful finish by Saptak. Shaurya, Saptak is 6 under par for the first 9 he's played. I mean, he had that look in the morning. I did mention that he just looks, he's focused in. He's got that eyes looking, that laser focus going on.
He's really is a cool customer, and he's making it look like PlayStation. it's looking really easy, and somehow his demeanor. I don't know which character it is from the movie that Tony Montana. I don't remember Scarface. I don't know which character, but he definitely reminds me of someone. He's got that cool, calm, collected, but dangerous look about him. And he's a man that you don't want to mess with. He's 6 under par. He has that look about him of a self-assured look, and the thing is that he doesn't. He's not too emotive either. He's 6 under par. I know that anybody else would be shouting from the rooftops. You'd be excited, fist pumping, 6 under. But yeah, he's very sort of low key. But he knows.
Like Mahendra Singh Dhoni, he'd come to the crease looking very calm and relaxed, but he just obliterates the bowlers in front of you, and that's what Saptak is doing right now. As you watch Shivendra overboarding a little there on number 10.
That's a good part, though. At least missing it on the, as they say, missing it on the professional side.
What would you suggest if you had to do what Akshay does so consistently, always getting the speed in line right? What does one do differently?
I've been just trying to think myself. I think I'm going to pick his brains after this and learn a little bit. It's not that easy. It's not something that I'm fairly certain it's not something you can just practice and learn. You have to really imbibe that theory within other facets of life. I know I'm being too theoretical and too vague, but believe you me, it's not. Sometimes it's reflective of how you live life, how you play this game, how you prepare for it. The putting green is just a microcosm of the long game. The long game is just a microcosm of your life. So you'll always see the kind of personality that you are outside of a golf course is reflected on the smallest surface on a putting green. It's very vague, but it's true. So he's, it may be vague, but he's driven as an individual. I'm not trying to be a psychology professor here, but you see, he's driven, and that's how he's doing it. Rashid Khan, driven. So they're always hitting those putts. So there's a certain characteristic that you need to imbibe. And honestly, as far as technique is concerned, there's no magic pill. He's just following his technique. He's pretty. They don't hold their finish. It's the small thing. They don't hold their finish. That means you have intent and you are confident of your ability. And many times there'll be quite a few players, they'll hit it and fall off left and right. They don't have that, and they'll never have that in putting either. So it's just reflective of your entire game.
I think one can say maybe some players, I know everybody wants to be on the golf course and compete, but some players are just itching to go. They just want to get on the golf course and feel comfortable, because a lot of guys do it well. They do a good job of things as we watch Sakib take a swipe with the nine there.
I can speak from experience that that's a good shot. Like in my career, whenever you had like a really good round, like a 3-4 under, I I would not really. I mean, I was really happy with that round. I was more happy that it like I got that round, that I shot that number. But that's not the correct approach, because you're just playing for the result. That's not how you're gonna get great. If you're just playing for the result, one day you're gonna shoot two over, you're gonna be down on yourself, and that used to happen to me. You're so happy that you've done that. So that's not the way. You have to expect it and make it happen. Like, and that's the difference between great players. They sort of make it happen. They have a lot of intent about them, and they're not surprised when they play well. They know that they've prepared. They have expectations, as we see some errant tee shots now.
If he draws a decent line, he's got some green to work with and make up for that. But I think I do understand what you're saying, Shaurya, because a lot of times now you hear these conversations of people talking about moving away from the result and only focusing on the process, because you can only control, like, it's about being in the present. You can't shoot an under par round standing on the first tee. You can only shoot an under par round once you hold the putt on the last. I think it's about focusing on every shot, as we hope Varun Chopra over here is taking a stride, makes a better fist of it than his playing partners did.
Yeah, difficult hole nevertheless is hole number 11. I think that's probably the best of the day. What a fantastic shot. And you saw that he was able to give it a lot of hang time. That ball barely rolled more than 3 or 4 yards. And
I
this
think
is,
it's one of the things that people don't understand about somebody who hits it long. They come in with a shorter club. Even if they're hitting a 7-iron, the flight that they hit with a 7-iron is a lot higher than somebody, let's say, who hits the same iron a little shorter.
yes.
So you get a little more stop.
There's a lot of advantage in hitting it long, believe me. I think when children start earlier, they used to say, get them on the putting green. I don't think so. Just make them play a lot of sport. And even if you're just somebody starting the game late, just try and hit the ball hard. Don't worry about where it goes.
Absolutely. And I think you talk about, you talking about
This is a chip shot. Now, see, this is a difficult one. This is where you have to be committed in order to get it close. Look at that. It's not. I mean, it looks easy, but it's not something that he's conscious of, and it's not even something that you can teach. Is that intent on every shot, and that control? Obviously, you can have intent, but if you don't get the distance right, you'll lose confidence. You won't be able to replicate it. Obviously, he spent a lot of time, but I think the most important thing in putting, according to me, is the forward press. Everybody has a different technique. I feel the most confident putters are the ones that have forward press. Anirban Lahiri, even with his lower hand down, has that intent. That's Rashid Khan. Let's see, Dhruv Sharon also. You'll see that because you send the ball on its way, you're not hoping, you're actually taking control of the situation.
He's had a good measure of the green and the speed today. We saw him hit a couple of wonderful long lag putts as well, almost holding one on the par three. And we expect nothing different.
Fantastic putt. Look at that. Look at that putt.
I think
These are not. These are probably you normally get one of these putts in a tournament, but these players are so switched on right now. They're just calling these for fun.
I feel Dhruv right now. If I look at him, his demeanor and the way he's playing, I think that's zoned, that flow that players talk about, where you don't even realize that you're playing. You're not too conscious. Everything is happening automatically. As we watch Aman Raj now, I feel would be a slight pressure to catch up.
Yeah,
he goes for this chipping.
But what a brilliant shot, and that's a shot of a man who really knows his shot game. It had a lot of airtime. It was not a rolled shot. It was not a safety shot. It was an aggressive chip shot, and that's only a few premier players can actually hit that shot. He only maybe had about 8 or 9 yards to the flag. He was able to give it flight with the lob wedge and also get spin and control. That's very difficult. Only the best can execute that shot. Believe me, you'll see a lot of players putting in the back foot, rolling it up to the flag.
Absolutely, playing in the safe. A lot of players would have taken a putter. Nothing wrong as long as you get the result that you desire for. But this definitely goes to show the confidence that Raj has.
That's also, you can see the difference in caliber. Everybody has different skills. So as far as short game, these chips are concerned, he's definitely head and shoulders above the rest. aligning his ball. It's really brilliant chip shot by Akshay. So I don't quite know enough about his short game. I mean, I'm pretty certain about the way he putts. I've not seen enough of his short game to really comment one way or the other, but seems that it's definitely following the way that he putts. I've seen his striking. He likes to play left to right, sticks with that, never really favors a draw. That's one limitation that he has, that I can definitely say. If you don't work it both ways, it's going to be difficult when he ventures onto different tours. Obviously, he has a sorted game. He can play one way, but that might be a skill. Look at that.
Replay to that wonderful shot and a very good display of technique as well. It's just
And able to stop the ball as well.
you need to hit these shots with confidence, because otherwise, if you're thinking whether it will spin or you might hit it a little over or something different might happen. And that, in my opinion, was a wonderful putt by Dhruv. A long lag putt, definitely putting the pressure back, making a statement in the first line. And if you look at it, Dhruv on 5 under through the first line. I think before the round started, if you said, would you be okay taking a 5 under par through the first line, or he would have grabbed it by his hands? And even more impressive then becomes what Saptak Talwar is doing. He's a shot better, 6 under through his first nine. And this is quite an interesting run of events, because Aman Raj now seems to be having a decent day. He's 1 under par for his first nine, but he's chasing by 2. And he's chasing by 2 because of the display that Dhruv has shown and Aman Raj, but I'm not sure whether that's an advantage or a disadvantage, but Aman Raj knows exactly what is happening alongside him, because Dhruv is his playing partner. Saptak, on the other hand, is playing a group ahead of these guys. So Saptak on his own has got his own target going on, as we watch Shivinder here after that little tee shot, errant tee shot on the left, but he's hold a lovely putt there, a little 360. As long as they find the hole, everything is accepted. No pictures on the scorecard. It's about getting the job done, and he does a good job there. Varun Chopra shot there, a high towering iron shot that he hit. A very difficult thing to do, actually, considering how difficult this hole is. Quick over the ball, one look, and he just strokes it back. And not content with the stroke there, I think he wasn't sure maybe of the line and just did not put a good stroke on it henceforth. Saqib's going to go tap in. I think he missed it a little right. Cleaning up for his par. So this group is going to make par, which is an impressive thing for Saqib and Shivender, given where left it, but a disappointing one for one. Clearing the green for the group behind, moving forward, and look at the par save by Shivinder. Yash is now from just off the green on number 10. This spot has been a little difficult from this side of the hole. We haven't seen many putts made, even some running by a little, but a fairly decent job. I would have probably preferred to be over the hole and have a little uphill right to left up, but this should also not be a big problem. Yash is going steady on the day. Nothing too flashy, but not mundane also. Is 2 under par for the day. Playing number 10 would at best make a par there, and Saptak on the other hand has a little distance left, what one would presume for his birdie. The caddy pointing out the spot either telling him get it over this, or telling him this is where you need to aim for. And the way Saptak is going today, I would not be surprised at all if this gives a good run to the hole, or if he even makes it. Flags fluttering quite lightly, the wind not up enough to trouble the players. We watch Saptak now take stance, taking dead aim for the hole, and I can assure you he's only thinking that this needs to go to the bottom of the cup. Starts out a little right, but comes up short. He'd be disappointed with that effort. Left himself a good part of 4 feet there. He has an uphill putt. Shouldn't trouble him too much, but he would have preferred to have placed it inside a tap-in range. We can see the leader group behind also measuring up their distances on the fairway. Yeah, this is interesting what Saptak is doing. This is something that people call aim point. Putting his feet wide apart, two sides of his line, trying to gauge and feel the slope to make sure he has the line reading absolutely correct. And it's also one of the things that people don't pay attention to, but professional golfers do, is that a lot of points, slope and grain play a role in what line you might play. And depending on the place, sometimes the grain plays a bit more role than the slope. Sometimes it plays a lesser role than the slope. And those are the little things that's the little art that players need to learn and adapt to.
But I think this it's like a fairly straightforward putt, all things considered.
Sapta would not want to give away the
Straight
ball.
and firm should do it.
He's quite content. Didn't want to break momentum there at all, and a nice par given he had a longer attempt for birdie there.
The tournament is shaping up really well. Blazing quite the trail. Birdie. Last 5 holes have been birdie, par, birdie, eagle, birdie. A lot of red numbers. The 8th has yielded quite a few eagles today.
And surprisingly, Dhruv has not made a birdie. I mean, if you look at the top 5 players, they've all made a birdie, or 2 of them made an eagle, but Dhruv managed only a par on that hole, and despite that, he's 5 under through the day.
Yeah, I think he did most things right. It was just unfortunate not to make that putt. It'll be interesting to see how these players play the 10th hole. As we have a look at Sanith on hole number 11.
Sun is also one who, from what I have seen at least, I could be wrong, but from my little experience of watching him play golf, has a flighter trajectory as well, but definitely has the power to hit it up high.
Yes. Very, very strong player. That is not the ideal tee shot. This is a difficult hole, placed to about 212, and it's a very narrow green. In terms of breadth, in terms of depth, it's a very narrow and sort of slice of a green. Narrow, I think I'm running out of words. Not narrow, it's shallow green. My apologies. Happens on when you're speaking for. Sometimes your brain doesn't quite connect with your vocabulary, and that's
we're allowed to have a little lack of concentration.
As I say, nobody is perfect, my friend. That's why pencils have erasers. As we have a look at Saptak, he's also someone that I don't think he'd have a really high ball flight. Medium ball flight is what you'd expect from his physicality, but this is a flag that is reachable. 212, maybe 5 iron, left, right fade. You see,
that's one of the things I'd like you to comment on. That is, when you watch guys like Shamim, for example, they have a flatter ball flight. But when you talk about Dhruv or maybe Sanith and even Saptak, they have a flatter ball flight as well. But these guys have the speed to hoist it up in the air as well. So, I mean, you were talking about Dhruv as we watch Saptak now. Probably want to go with that. Looks like a highish left-right ball flight, and I think it looks to be on a good line as well. And it is.
See, it didn't have that compression that we saw previously with
Chopra.
Varun, right? So that's the difference when you have somebody who's a longer hitter. He might produce the same flight, but it won't have the same compression. So these are the differences. So you can't, if you're,
And he pitched in a similar spot to Varun, and it
Yeah.
just rolled by about 20 yards. You could only see that how impressive Varun's shot was.
so it's also it's not just the distance you hit it, it's how you hit it. And that's again come back to the discussion. A lot of players can hit it long, but how many players can actually compress the ball that much?
And I think that at the end of the day is what ball control is. If most of my conversations about this with Shubhankar, he's like, it's not just about hitting a particular shot to a target. It's also knowing how you flight the ball.
Somebody who has the ability to stop the ball is Yashas. He hits it long and has the ability of hitting those softer long irons. Let's see if he's able to execute one of those this time.
He absolutely is a natural high flight player, but
Unfortunately.
in the right then.
Somebody like Dhruv, although he hits it low, can still stop it because he has that compression on it. So that lower ball flight is something that he sort of inadvertently hits, but he can hit the one which bites.
Yes, and I think at the same time, it's just about pushing the ball position, ball forward for him with the same angle. It goes as high with similar compression, so you get a quicker stop as well.
Exactly.
And he can do that because he has the speed to do that. So you're not. It's almost like an art as well, because if you, from an example standpoint, I'm not sure if he hits it that far or that short, but if Dhruv was to play a 7-iron from 180 yards, he can hit it with 3 or 4 different heights, and he can do that because he has the speed to hit it higher and higher and still get the distance. Whereas, let's say his natural ball flight might be a little flatter because that's natural to him, that's easy to him. But if he had wanted to hit a 7-iron that distance, for example, on this hole and wanted to stop it, he would not have to hit a 6-iron and put it up in the stance and try to hit it higher or open the face. He just has to just push it forward and swing it the same way.
You're right about that, because at the end of the day, you either have the speed or you don't. And if you do, then you can obviously manufacture different shots a lot easier. As you have a look at that drone shot, and gets a little mesmerizing. You tend to get lost in the beauty. I think golf is such an integral game, just as far as societal fabric is also concerned, because you have green open spaces that people can enjoy. And the good thing about, I think, majority of the golf courses is that they're open to public. You can go to the range, maybe 200 rupees or so, affordable to everyone, hire a club. Within 500 rupees, you can hit like a lot of golf balls. You can go on the range, spend a day there, learn the game. So it's the accessibility of the game of golf is on the up, and that's very important because it's an Olympic sport, and access for the game of golf is primary if you want to see a lot more talent coming through. And it's not just lip service that I'm paying. Our players are really good. Aditya Ashok finished 4th, barely missing out on a medal at the previous time. And you have the likes of Anirban Lahiri, Shubhankar Sharma, so many other, Gaganjeet Bhullar. I'm sure that won't be able to do justice to the number of good players that we have on tour, but there's so many hopefuls. Chikarangappa will play, one of these players will play the next Olympics, and they're as good as any one of the international players. They hit it long, they're fit, they can shoot those deep numbers. It's just about getting more of our golfers out there.
Absolutely. And you never know, in this very field we might have someone who later on wins a major for the country, and
it's not that far off.
Absolutely, because we've already had top 5, top 10 finishes by players. Anirban finishing tied 5th at the PGA Championship, and Shubhankar Sharma as recently as this British Open this year finishing tied 8th at the British Open. It goes to show that players, and these are guys who've come out from this tour. These are guys who've learned and prospered on this tour. As we watch,
I think this shot is really important for Saptak. He has to make par. Would not want to sort of let go of the momentum that he's been carrying for the last few holes.
Judging by the practicing, he feels going to give it an aggressive swipe, but not fly it a little bit more than
not the easiest shots, unfortunately, because he's chipping it into the green. Let's see if he can execute it. Very difficult shot.
It's difficult to accelerate through a chip shot, especially when the flag is right next to you, because you feel you might overhit it.
I think that's one of the times that always hindsight is easier to comment, but I think he could have actually tried to hit a low one. It didn't require to give it so much airtime. That's a mistake. Because chipping into the green is a lot.
फ्रूटनिक इलेक्ट्रो प्लस रिहाइड्रेट फील अलाइव।
काम घर में कर रहे हो या बाहर या किसी बीमारी से उबर रहे हो, आप बिना जाने डिहाइड्रेट हो सकते हैं। रोज जरूरत है फ्रूटनिक इलेक्ट्रो प्लस रिहाइड्रेट। इसका अनोखा R3 फॉर्मूला इलेक्ट्रोलाइट रिस्टोर करे, ग्लाइकोजन रिप्लेनिश करे और मसल्स का तनाव कम करे तुरंत एनर्जी के साथ।
फ्रूटनिक इलेक्ट्रो प्लस रिहाइड्रेट।
When you're on a similar surface, it's very difficult. Similar elevation as the green. And we have a look at Dhruv. That putter is spewing fire. Let's see if he can make another birdie. That's a good putt. Unfortunate not to have made that.
I'm surprised though he's under at that a little bit, because quite a slope you can see on our screens as well.
Yes, just now. Find themselves 6 shots behind the leader. We'll need to start making a lot of birdies. He's to contend for this tournament. Very good shot right there by Yashas. As we see Akshay lining up his putt with what appears to be a birdie putt. It's really important putt here for Akshay. This would enable him to move to 14 under par. You can see that golf is such a game that players' focus can be derailed even by the slightest bit of unaccounted movement. Ambient sound is something else, but if you find sudden movement, it can be disrupting to a player's rhythm. So watching golf is not like the other games where you can hoot and holler. You have to be very quiet and maintain a dignified silence when the player is putting. You can only applause once the process is done, and that's a brilliant putt right there. You know what it meant to him with that fist, clenched fist. Another birdie, moving him to 14 under par. This tournament is not done, not by a country mile. There's a lot of action. And for those of you joining us, we'd like to tell you we're live at the Bhawani Singh Rathore presents Jaipur Open 2023, powered by AU Small Finance Bank. This putt for Saptak is really important. Would bleed from left to right. My apologies, turned the other way. I think it had both of us fooled, and he would indeed drop a shot, and that would take him down to 15 under par. Really giving a lot of room now to Dhruv Sharon on top of the leaderboard with a 2-shot lead over Aman Raj. Anit Bishnoi, another player who can't afford to drop a shot at this stage. All these pursuers have done pretty well on the front nine, but facing this difficult 11th, we've already seen Saptak get a dent in his hope of winning the tournament with a bogey here. Sunit does not want to follow suit. Slightly easier putt as he's seen the line from the other side, kind courtesy his bunker shot. So this would not be too much mystery as far as the line is concerned, but would really need to put a good stroke on it. And he's done well. Brilliant par by Sanit Bishnoi on hole number 11. Clearing the way for the leader group. First to go is Birdie Man, Akshay Sharma. Not quite sure where that has gone. The camera is peering to the left. It's definitely not on the green, so Akshay will have his work cut out in order to make par here. I would have thought this is, or I would have thought this is the ideal hole given his short shape. He favors a fade, and now we can have a look at Dhruv Sharon. I think my guess is he's probably going with a 5-iron, maybe going trying to hit a little bit of a fade. I don't think he'll try and change his flight much. Still look for this to be piercing at a medium flight. Let's see. Also has missed the green, so a couple of miscues here early on this hole by both Akshay and Dhruv. Setting the stage for Aman. Aman does hit a high ball flight, but obviously both Akshay and Dhruv do hit the ball further than him and have a little more compression, but Aman has good control, so he has that ability of hitting that high flighted, softer shot. Should be going with a 5-iron here. Has really good hands, as they say, so those Spanish hands, so as to speak. Good feel for the game of golf.
Getting on, careful looks. Aman Raj does have a target, and Dhruv Sharon has a target on his back. Saptak giving one shot back to the field, and Sanit having caught up with a birdie of his own on number 10. Shura, I'd like to also point out, I mean, Aman Raj is not having a bad day. I mean, he's an under par for the round. He made one birdie. He had no blemishes, but the players around him, the one just ahead of him and the couple of players chasing him, they're just having a hot day running today. I mean, they're 4, 5, 6 under par for the day.
Yes, it's you said it correctly, that now they're just looking forward to improve their position on the order of merit. There's nothing to lose for them. They're all set for the final event, which is a no-cut event, where they will again be aggressive from the get-go. So you'll see better quality of golf, because it's unbridled expression of their personality on the final day. They're really there to prove a point and shoot good numbers. They're enjoying. This is the time that players actually enjoy. It's the final day, nothing to lose. They're trying to make as many birdies and eagles as possible. So you'll see deeper scores. But Aman knows that he's a seasoned campaigner, that they can't keep it up for the entire duration of 18 holes. You can't shoot 5 under on the front and 5 under on the back nine. It doesn't quite work like that for everyone. So you'll see that they will sort of run out of steam. You saw Saptak drop a shot. Then his co-players have all hit it left, including himself. So he just needs to know that just maybe make 2 more birdies. If Dhruv beats him, that's fine. If Dhruv shoots like a 6, 7, 8 under par and he outplays him, that's fine. But Aman should not score an own goal, so as to speak. Should at least look to shoot 2 or 3 under par, and then if he doesn't win it, he can accept it.
Even so, I mean, Dhruv and Aman Raj, the only 2 players in the top 5 to be running with a bogey-free round, and I think the finishing holes, starting from the 14th actually, but 17, 18, they're going to have a good say, because you never know how the tide shifts on par 5s. We've always figured that par 5s come for an interesting run when it comes to a tournament. Dhruv there, quite animated and expressive of what he thought of the putt. He definitely is in the zone. He's definitely in a state of flow today. He's playing quite on the automatic. He's quite dialed in.
Brilliant glimpses of action.
What about you, Shaurya, in your playing days? Were you very expressive of what was going on? You kept everything to your head or
No,
inside you?
I was expressive. I tried to always try to be a player that didn't get affected, but I think it did. And nerves would definitely be a part, and I'd get excited when it's going well, and it's about the kind of person you are. So, as you mature, you try to learn to accept. But when you're younger, you get really excited if you make a birdie or a eagle, and I try to enjoy the moment more. Like if that just used to happen.
Were you able to, if you had a bad shot, move on to the next by the time you get to the shot?
No,
Were you able to forget it?
no, that's the problem. I couldn't quite. I was very critical of myself, and that that sort of snowballed into other things. That you make one bad, and then you sort of thinking about that, not focused on the present. That's obviously I was able to do it at times, but there was always a struggle to sort of forget the bad shots.
Aman Raj, all three of them,
All three, yeah.
quite poor average shots to be honest, but I
Yeah,
think
the
Aman
ones
Raj
by
seemed to have-
Aman Raj, I was really surprised that he hit it that far left. I think he double crossed it. He was trying to hit a high fade, but disappointing shots by this entire group. The only thing that they can take solace from, they've missed it on the correct side.
I think all three of them have a definite work cut out for them to make par, and I think Amaraj there with his swipe, and that's probably as good as he could have done because he seemed to have
Yeah.
hit it right on the front edge, and it still rolled over the green. So
That's a decent shot by him, and I think just rolled off a little. That's all right. Should be able to make his up and down for bogey there. So we'll definitely drop a shot from the looks of it. Hopefully not more than that.
Akshay Sharma walking onto the green, figuring out what he needs to do, when he needs to drop it. In terms of when Amaraj hit it, Dhruv and Akshay's shot seem a lot easier now.
Yes. This will be a good test for Akshay as well, because I was thinking that he'd hit this iron shot a lot closer because it suits his eye. Didn't quite. He also all three of these players seem to have double crossed their shots. Didn't quite execute the left to right shot that they were hoping to. Not at all. This is
I think that's a very, very poor effort by Akshay because
yes. I'm confused how all of them are. Now the only thing you saw them go left. You saw them going over the green on the right. So Dhruv does not, as I say, three's company. You don't want
I
this.
think, going on to the earlier conversation that you were saying, learning from others' mistakes.
And as they say, two's company, three's a crowd. So Dhruv, you don't want to join this crowd. Let's leave it nice and short, and let it roll up to the flag. Yeah, it's definitely a difficult shot from there. You see the ball really does scoot once it hits the surface from there. So decent shot. I mean, seeing the others, it looks like
better shot than it is, to be
Yeah.
honest. But I think it's still an average effort by them.
yeah. I'm not too sure why it's really taking off from there, and maybe the wind also is from their back, and that's one of the factors. But
I think a lot of the time in these shots, you need to hit them softer. Maybe because in your pre-shot routine you're thinking, I don't want to just fluff it.
yes,
I need to be aggressive through the hitting zone so that I get the flight and I get the distance right. Maybe could have been that.
And another thing is that it's getting towards noon. The greens are getting baked. The wind is slightly picking up, so the greens get firmer. And there's one of the things that, unbeknownst to the player, that sort of happened on the surface that you can't quite gauge it. So that's just the challenge of golf. So
we saw something from a similar side. The grain grows against
yes,
where you're going. So now Akshay again now deciding to get the wedge instead of a putter.
I think this is a good shot for him to sort of stick to his routine where he's aggressive. Normally, what happens if you compensate when you hit one too firm, on the second one you don't want to make the same mistake. You leave it short. You don't want to do that. You want to maintain that aggressive approach, especially on this shot coming back.
He's taken the flag out as well, indicating that he has exactly one idea and one plan for this chip shot. He can only see this going in the hole, and there's nothing else that he wants.
But Dhruv wouldn't be minding this. If he makes this par, he'll be able to separate himself further from these players. Let's see how he does. Strong grip on the left hand.
And
Look
he's
at
managed
that.
to do it.
I mean, I am speechless. I am absolutely speechless. I didn't expect this. I know he's good. He's got intent, but did you expect that? I mean, how good did
I
you
did
expect?
expect him to give a good run,
But
but he
after
just
hitting a shot which missed the green, there's not a single thread of doubt, and he went about it. This is just this is the creme de la creme. I mean, this is as good as anybody in the world when it comes to in and around the greens. It's not an easy shot. You see, the putting surface is good about 3.5 feet above the player, and the flag is right there. There's not much space. The green is growing against. So
spot a lot more stressful.
not that easy a shot.
And he does make it. That's
What,
true.
what I mean, what's going on here, Ainesh? Seriously.
I think the leader group is showing everybody why they are in the leader group.
I mean, this I'm a little befuddled by what we've just seen.
It's maybe a minute and a half. I think
You've seen?
the emotions might have changed a little bit.
Yes, absolutely. I see that his putt, it does happen when your pursuers are struggling. You do tend to relax a little bit. It's like that match play situation when you're not expecting, and then you get that gut punch. It would have felt like that right now, and he'd feel a little lonely on that green. He would be thinking, I would have missed the green and maybe hold it from there, but
And especially after making his chip, in your head, you're doing the maths and you're thinking, it. How often do two people make a chip in the same spot?
I think we're not doing justice. It's as those commentators in football, Spanish football, they say goal. They go crazy after goal. I think we need to do something like that. A chip in, or I don't know what, because this is just top tier.
I feel honestly the little pressure that he has on this part, this part is going to be almost as impressive.
I think this putt is the putt for
If
the
he makes
tournament.
it.
I think if he makes it, he's winning this tournament for sure. If he
Big
can.
statement by Shaurya here, and Dhruv now I think
See, that's
pressure that I feel.
See, because not that it's you can't really attribute those things, but it's one of those things that happens that you can't quite control, because this is so unexpected. Look at this chip shot. This just was inch perfect, died in the hole.
These are one of the
And look at this one. This is a lot firmer, came out a little higher with more topspin, hitting the back of
I think Amarnath's lie was not as good as Akshay's lie. And I think this is what people sort of also miss, that as professional golfers, you can understand that even though it is stroke play, your game is the only thing that you can control. But the environment around you, I mean, Dhruv is aware of where he is on the leaderboard, and Dhruv is aware of what Amarnath is doing. At least that's the minimum.
And even and I'll go a step further. We're not saying that Dhruv is consciously trying to beat Aman Raj or Akshay. That's not the fact, because it's stroke play. He knows that he's playing his own game. It's independent of what these other two players. But when there are circumstances which are out of the ordinary, even if you don't look at them, it does tend to affect you, because you've seen that the other two players are totally out of position, and then they've made par. So it puts pressure on you to make par, even if you're not competing with them. So it's one of those innate things about the game of golf. It is an individual sport. They're on their own journey. Akshay is at 14 under par. Aman is at 16. But Dhruv, by virtue of them holding their chip shot, there's a slight amount of pressure for him to make his putt, because he would have felt he had a much better chip shot.
Absolutely, because standing on that putt, the meaning of the putt changes, right? Because first he thought that, okay, Amarnath is not in a position to maybe make a par, and or maybe he's struggling to make a par. At least he's not in the most.
Even if he's not thinking, I'm pretty certain that he's not thinking. He's not thinking consciously. He's he's looking at his own putt. But the complexion of what happens around you does change things. It always does make a difference.
And a quick update on the middle of the pack.
And the line as well. That's another thing. They were all putting right. They were chipping right over his line, so that he's seen two golf balls traverse his line, and both with different sort of spins to it. So that might have confused him as well. The first shot died in the hole. Aman's were a lot more firmer. So that's one of the things. But obviously he'll be able to sort of.
I think too much information in golf is also close to almost the wrong information in golf.
Yes.
You need to have the exact idea of what you're trying to do, and learn exactly what you want to learn. Because sometimes you can just overthink the process and the line and the read.
But that's fantastic. This is why you watch live golf, and this is And that's the best action on offer that you can watch. And back to Saptak here at 13. I'm sure he doesn't know what has been traversing behind him as we have a look at him. This is definitely a birdie hole for the players. Nothing more than a 9-iron. Short little hole, this one. Plays to 167 yards downhill. At most an 8-iron for maybe the medium hitters.
We had that update with Angachima, who started off with a quadruple on the third, as managed to finish with the 1 under round with the 4 under par back nine. So an impressive finish given where he started. And look at Bahadur Rai making a jump the leaderboard. 2 eagles on the same day. He's 5 under to his 15. So quite an impressive run of balls there for him as well. Little battle there as well. And a dear friend of mine, a wonderful golfer, Arjun Sharma, seems to be picking up on the field as well. He's managed to make 3 birdies in the front nine as we watch Sanit Bishnoi taking a swipe, holding the finish a little. Maybe likes the shot, trying to pull the club to his right, hoping the ball fades a little. We'll soon know where he ends up. And going back to Arjun Sharma, he's 3 under on the day. Playing the last 3, having teed off from the back nine. He's jumped up the leaderboard quite fairly. Another guy with 2 eagles in the day is Pukhraj Singh Gill. Made a few birdies and a couple of eagles. Unfortunately, a few bogeys and a double to go with that as well. But capping off his tournament at 4 under par. Impressive nonetheless. On our screens now, the high ball flight player, Yashas. A very impressive swing, in my opinion. Never seems out of it. Always seems like he has a lot of time, takes his time rotating everything, makes sure he gets to the point, pulls his trigger in a very calm, rotational manner. Look at that, hoping to get the ball working a little right as well. Not too excited by where that ended up, but I don't think it's too much in trouble as well. Sanit and Saptak now striding along towards the green. Another interesting little thing is 11 of the 12 players currently on the top of the leaderboard made a birdie or an eagle on number 8, except for Dhruv Sharon. But Dhruv is having a wonderful day. He's 4 under par for the round, and Saptak, as we watch, has made a birdie on number 12 after giving that stroke away on number 11, which means he's having the hottest round of the day. He's at 6 under par through his first 12, and he's tied alongside Aman Raj, who's made a solitary birdie but has not given a stroke away to the field and has 1 under par for the day. Both at 16 under par, 1 adrift. Dhruv Sharon, who's coming off a fresh bogey, unfortunately, but he still holds the lead at 17 under par and has a very, very good round going at 4 under par. Sanith also in that tied for position. He's also having a round of 4 under, currently playing alongside Saptak Talwar and Yashish Chandra. Interesting to see. And Pranam Madikar, on the other hand, is also jumping up the leaderboard. Pranam Madikar, known to be a long hitter, is 5 under par for his round. He's through 15, so interesting to see how he plays 16 in the 2 par 5, 17, 18. And Saptak now on hole number 13, quite a miscue for him. Seems to have missed it in the bunker there. Shouldn't be too troubling for off and up and down. Maybe given how he's playing 6 under through the day, he might be thinking of holding it.
From all the tournaments that I've seen, I must say, and I'm not saying it, this is probably the most exciting ones. It's the most exciting one that I've seen in terms of the number of players who are involved and seeing the intricacies of how it's unfolding.
And it made it a little more interesting with the Rushi once more again. That is,
You can see the pressure.
Absolutely, it's a disappointing shot by Saptak.
But brilliant birdie by Saptak on hole number 12. Probably trying to get a little too cute with that one. So those are the kind of errors that happen from bunkers. You not normally see that on a normal chip shot. Because in a bunker, if you decelerate or if you sort of get out of your element or get a little too handsy, you start thinking about the outcome too much from the bunker, you tend to miscue. From a bunker, you just want to hit the regular shot that you do. Surprising that this group hasn't been on point on this hole.
Yash is now going for it, making a better attempt than.
Not the easiest shot for him either. He'll have his work cut out as well. So Yash is
tricky position shot. I think back right on this green.
Yeah, the back right, and the thing is that the way the tee slopes a little bit from right to left. Hitting a fade is extremely difficult on this hole because the way the tee is, everybody invariably you align to the right hand side and draw it. The green is also sloping from right to left. The tee is also sloping from right to left, and it's very difficult to sort of hit a fade. So that's one of the reasons why these players have missed it to the right. But somebody who is sort of aware of that, maybe just stand a few yards left, try and hit a fade, a straight ball flight, play for about 15 feet left, 20 feet left. They do have the control to do that, but when you're executing a shot, you're not thinking all that. You're just standing and hitting. So that's one of those things. To get close, you have to take on the bunkers, unfortunately.
Oh, where do you think when you're playing a tournament, when you're on the tee box and you realize it's a little sloping, it's not as level as you'd expect a tee box to be sometimes, but do you think it's more conscious? You walk onto a tee and you see that, oh, you know what, this is a little sloping. I need to change a little bit of maybe my ball position or my swing or some different ball flight, or is it something that happens subconsciously?
It happens subconsciously because when you're on song, obviously these players are playing the second leader group. They're double digits under par, and it's a 9-iron. You're not going to be playing safe with the 9-iron. So they'll just stand there. They'll look at that flag. They'll probably align maybe a yard right of the flag, and they're 100% sure it'll come back. So the odd chance that they don't catch it perfectly, if that shot, there was a little bit of green on the right, that would have been really good for both of them. So they hit good shots, but just in the wrong place. So that's one of those things that just the way the game is.
Yeah, Sannit with a longer attempt.
Safer shot off the tee. But that's the thing, like,
overboarding on
yeah, so if the pin is towards the back right, but it's on a higher level, you hit it left, then you're not really going to make birdie either. So it's one of those things. If you want to make birdie, then you take on the bunkers. The good camera angle shows you that if you want to get close, that bunker does come into play, especially because the ball is going to kick to the left after it pitches. It'll be interesting to see.
As well, because if you hit it, it's not too long. It's under 170 yards, but it makes you think.
And smart work by the tournament director to put the flag here. We've seen quite a few of those flags because this golf course is short, so you need to do that. You need to be a little imaginative with your pin positions.
Absolutely. That also goes to show a shout out to the entire PGTI team, week in, week out. The guys behind the scenes running the tournament, running them successfully for quite a few years now.
Yeah, no doubt.
The players to do showcase their skills.
Yeah, I think word of mention for the entire team, even at Rambagh Golf Club, they've been so hospitable and provided such a fantastic venue for the players to play, and to the entire team of Professional Golf Tour of India to get their operations and you know all the other things that are involved to take this magnificent tour from city to city. It's almost a very Herculean task at times, but they get it done, and the players end up enjoying.
Something I wouldn't want to take a bogey here at all.
Look at that.
He's continuing to impress us. Only the one blemish for him, and if he saw on the screen.
नानी को लेके बैंक जाना है एड्रेस चेंज के लिए, संभाल लेना प्लीज। ब्रांच आओगी? ऐसा क्यों? चल वीडियो कॉल करते हैं ना, प्लीज ब्रांच बंद हो जाएगी।
गुड आफ्टरनून मैम, वेलकम टू AU 0101 डिजिटल बैंक।
क्या कर रही हो? AU वीडियो बैंकिंग। क्या बैंक के सारे काम हो सकते हैं, तो ब्रांच क्यों जाना? सोच बदलो और बैंक भी। AU choose small finance bank. बदलाव हमसे है.
One, they're freewheeling. They're trying to play it almost like match play. Everybody here is in a good position on the order of merit. Look at that.
Say by Yash. Now it seems like the errors are getting lesser and lesser by the pairs. They're getting more dialed in.
So, but they're attacking and they're also sort of making their pauses. It's just fantastic. This is
and that goes to show with Saptak and Yash's approaches, because they were not trying to hit it 15 feet left. They were like, we're going to go for
exactly. So they are playing to win. Yeah, they're playing to win, and obviously sometimes when you do that, you can lose. But there's no other way to win. You have to be ready to lose in order to win. You can't sort of safety it and think that you're going to win a tournament. Either you play for second, either you play for second, and then you'll certainly be around there. But if you're playing to win, you have to be ready that you might finish third, fourth, fifth. That's just the nature of the beast.
I think that goes with the comfort that these guys are not too concerned about where they are on the order of merit, because they know they've made their card, they've made their season for next year. They're going to be there next week as well. So this tournament is all about them pushing as much as they can and try to win.
Talking about the order of merit, let's also have a look at some of the players who are outside the top 60 and try and understand where they are as far as this week has progressed. Yeah, Sanjeev Kumar in 61st. Obviously, he's safe because 4 players will go off that list who not played the minimum. I think Ranjit Singh from Chandigarh who missed this cut. 63rd, so that will effectively be 59.
Even Bhole Patil at 62nd is 26th for the tournament. He's got 3 holes left.
And he's anyways going to move up 3-4 spots owing to those players who've not played the minimum number of events. So he's safe. But somebody like Ranjit Singh, unless he's players from behind him, Varun Parekh, winner last year, is not in the top 60.
It's just how fickle this sport is and how delicate
how deep the competition is, actually, if you look at it.
Manish Thakran as well had that was the tournament in Coimbatore, but sole top 10 for him, narrowly missing out.
Sachin Biswa now on the tricky hole number 15, long par 4, sharp right to left turn. You have to really get a lot of draw on your tee shot. He has hit a good putt.
That's a wonderful putt, actually, given the distance he was at. That's a good lag.
Mukesh Kumar, although kind courtesy a lifetime exemption, he won't need to worry about things like the top 60. He's already earned his stripes. He's won so many tournaments. He deserves it. MD Akbar Hussain from Bangladesh. We go lower down. We see Sandeep Singh, Gaganjeet Bhullar. Obviously, he's not played here. He's only played 2 tournaments and finished really well in both. Alap Ayal is at 499 and he has made the cut. So Alap Ayal currently sitting at 32nd position, and that unfortunately will not be good enough for him to secure his card. As we have a look at Rahil, he's playing the 15th hole. It's a quick putt and just about skirting the hole. So as it stands, then you have Manav Bias, who's also made the cut. He's currently sitting in a tie for 26th, and unfortunately that's also not going to be good enough for him to secure his playing rights for next year. He'll also have to make that agonizing trip to the qualifying school. And somebody who's I'm surprised to see Arjun Bhatti, fantastic play by him last year. Not so much this year. He's only made 5 cuts out of 17. Surprising. He's a prodigious youngster, fantastic ball striker, brilliant iron player, but just that's the margin. It's like a razor's edge as we have a look at Manu Gandas, last year's numero uno, plying his trade in Europe this year. Played quite a few tournaments on the DP World Tour.
And one of those short little thinking putts. You've got to be online. You don't want to give the hole away by much. I think it's a good stroke by him. But yes, going back to Arjun Bhatti, top 25 player last year, and just struggling a bit this year. I'm sure he's going to find his rhythm and game back.
But that's the way the tour is structured right now. If you're not averaging under par, I feel you're not going to finish top 60. The way it is, I think even to be 60th on the order of merit, you need to average maybe a 0.5 under par or something like that. So it's very competitive now. And I feel anybody who's in the top 60, top 70 on the PGTI can easily play on international tours. Arjun Bhati being case in point, long ball striker, very pure ball striker, young lad, hits it a mile, good player, great record. As we go lower down, even the likes of Anura Rohana, multiple winner on tour, not being able to keep his card. Ankur Chadda, who we just saw, he's at 346. He'll also have to make that visit to the Professional Golf Tour of India qualifying school.
And we take a look at Akshay Sharma on that par 3.
Surprising to see Vikrant Chopra in a 95th position. So I didn't quite know that. Maybe this year has really not gone his way. Has seen a big slip in form as Vikrant. So he finds himself in 95th position. He'll also be making that visit to the qualifying school.
I think that's how golf is. Some big names missing out, and you have to play good because that's where the tour is right now. That's where the competition levels are. And Aman Raj now coming fresh off that chip in, actually, which might have felt like a birdie, especially because he managed to gain a shot over the leader, Sharon.
His flight is tailored for this hole. Really likes to hoik it high. Let's see how he does on this one. Looking at it intently.
Judging by that follow through, he's not too content with where it ended up. I think he thought he had a better shot than maybe the result. Moving slowly off the tee would always indicate that you're a little disappointed with the result there.
Let's see how Dhruv can do. Still leads the tournament by one shot. All of the leader group made par on hole number 12, the par 4. I think Dhruv would be squarely looking at this flag. He doesn't move it too much. It's a very arrow-like ball flight, so he should be going straight at the flag. He's one of those players who can actually stand at the flag and ensure it ends there. Doesn't have much movement when he wants to hit that straight ball, a knuckle ball sort of a flag that he takes out.
Judging by his demeanor, I would guess that he's maybe hit the center of the green. Not too close, nothing to really worry about. Aman Raj, on the other hand, seems to have not had a desirable result, but we can't be sure till we see and know where they are as we watch the players going about their business, getting through their process, making sure they have everything dialed into their books, know exactly what they want to do before they pull the trigger.
Koto, try to keep your playing rights across tours.
When you're taking positive, as I see it always, these guys who've made it to
a higher level.
These are guys who think through here. They've taken their time. They've played here for a few years. They've grinded out here. They've improved here. And the competition and the tournaments that they've played here has propelled them there as well. So need to understand how good the PGTI is and how good the competition players are on this tour.
And K. Prabhakaran at 64th position might be the last person who finishes in the top 60. The Sri Lankan K. Prabhakaran. Varun Parekh obviously has that exemption, so will not need to go back because he's already a winner on tour. So,
Aman Raj, as we saw, is hit it in the bunker now. He's left himself what looks like a little over 10 feet for his par. And now that would be a stressful part coming back. And Dhruv Sharon, on the other hand, marking his golf ball on the green. Akshay seems to have hit a great shot.
Yeah, that's one of the best shots that we've seen on this hole. It's been difficult to get close to, but Dhruv is in prime territory, about 15 to 18 feet.
And the way he's been running his day-to-day, barring that little miss for par on the previous hole, I think he's going to give it a fair shot. He'd want to get that stroke back, and he just has that look going on as well, where he knows exactly what he wants to do, and he's executing quite perfectly till now. We have
Dhruv on the left, the current leader at 17 under par, and Varun Chopra, who's having a rather quiet day, but 2 under for the day at 11 under par. Not threatening too much for the lead, but runs it by a bit. And now Dhruv making his stroke, his attempt, over borrows there. It's a little firm than what he would have preferred. Maybe not taking the break because of that, and he'll have a little 3-footer coming back for his par. Not anywhere near as stressful as the little putt that Aman Raj has for his par. But first, we have Akshay Sharma on the left attempting his birdie.
Sachin Desoya making another birdie on hole number 14 would move to 13 under par. So you think if he can finish in with a flurry of birdies, maybe about he has 3 holes to go. If he makes 2 birdies and gets to 15 under par, is that a chance or no? That's 15 under is not going to be good.
I think the winner is not going to be less than 18 under par, and I feel maybe Sanit and Akshay they have an outside chance if they make a few coming in, but I don't think the leaders are going to give a lot of shots in. Maybe a bogey or 2 here and there, but that's one of the more disappointing parts Akshay's hit all week actually.
Yeah, that's
leaving it short under the hole is very unusual of him to do.
Tells you a lot about the standard of play if that's the first time that you've seen him hit a putt that's short of the hole. But that's maybe that's something that you can work on. A lot of players that just try to hit the putt 1 foot past. That's it. Just focus on one thing. Always have the intent. Don't try to hold it. Just try to hit 1 foot past. You get your line, hit it 1 foot past, and then you'll eventually start holding the putt. If you try to hold the putt, they never go in.
They never go in. Yeah, it's again going back to that conversation of be part of the process. This is what you're trying to do, and let the result take care of itself.
Aman Raj.
This I feel is a very important part for him.
Yeah, let's see if he can conjure up some magic similar to hole number 12. He's not doing himself any favors, getting him into difficult spots on these par 3s. And
job there.
If anyone can extricate himself from the jaws of defeat, it's this man, Aman. He always saves the magic. Has a flair for the dramatic. The man with a hat. Presents Jaipur Open 2023, powered by AU Small Finance Bank. This tournament is being played at the Rambagh Golf Club at Jaipur, offering a prize fund of 1 CR. This is the penultimate event on the calendar year of the Professional Golf Tour of India. Leading the way are 3 top golfers, Dhruv Sharon, Saptak Talwar, and Aman Raj. All of them at 16 under par. Yes, you heard that right. 16 under par. You need to make 16 birdies to get to 16 under par. So a lot of birdies and eagles being made by these players.
A lot more made by them, given they've made a few errors as well. So over the course of 3.5 days,
they have shown some skill. Sachin is going to clean up here, and Shaurya, they've opened the door up for anybody who's 13, 14 under par now.
Yeah, I think so. 18 might not be a possibility because when you get towards the business end of things, you're also running out of gas. I mean, they might not realize it, but they are fatigue is catching up. It's the 5th day, 1 practice round, maybe the pro-am and so on and so forth. So it's a lot of golf that's already, they've already run a lot of miles in the car, so as to speak. So it's difficult for everybody to keep making birdies over and over again.
I think 3 par 5s coming up for the top guys there, and I think if they don't drop a shot, a couple of birdies should be. But are we thinking a playoff here?
It sure looks like a playoff, but as you rightly said, the par 5s does offer an opportunity for somebody to be the hero. The 18th hole will definitely be a sight of heartbreak, I'm certain.
Looks like a little color here. And not really, just before me as well. It seemed like there's a little more slope than there was.
Look at some of the other scores today. It's been a low scoring day. We have Ankur Chadda. Ankur Chadda actually shooting a 6 under par. So he'd currently he's in a tie for 7th. So it should be close to somewhere in the vicinity of maybe 3 lakh. And Ankur Chadda currently sitting at 346. So should get him about 6 and some change. I think he'll just end up missing his card. Ankur Chadda.
Disappointing. I remember last year, Suresh Sharma, a good friend of mine, a great golfer actually, better striker on tour, one of my favorite strikers. He finished one spot outside the top 60. It's quite painful for anybody who's within one or two spots of that top 60, and they have to make that travel to the qualifying, and they don't get to travel to the final event of the season as well. So,
yeah, I think it's what they call a double whammy.
yeah, as if Ankur, after that splendid performance, I hope
you end up
manage to sneak in, but
you end up going to the venue, but not for the tournament that you want to. Not when you want to. You don't play the season ender. You play the qualifying school at the same event.
School, in my opinion, stressful thing. I think a lot of the golfers will agree, including Shubhankar, when he's played the qualifying for the European Tour and all these other tours. He's like, you're essentially not just playing a tournament; you're playing for the entire year. So it's an entire year's of work that you're playing for, and if you miss out, it's going back to the drawing board and practicing again to get to that same event most of the times. So qualifying schools are a tough pill to swallow by themselves.
And look at some of the other scores. Kevin Steve Regel at 4 under par today. Brilliant round being stitched together by the man from Andorra. And
Speaking of rounds of the day, Shaurya, we have a new update on the leader. We have a new leader again. Not for the first time in the tournament, but definitely for the first time today. Saptak Talwar has managed to make a birdie on number 14 and is 7 under par for the round.
Isn't he a cool customer? He made that bogey on 11, but didn't quite deter him. So he's got ice running in those veins.
And we saw him make that wonderful putt on number 13, which was a similar length to
done it as well. Not to be left out of the party, makes a birdie, moves to 15 under par.
And Sanjay is playing alongside Saptak, so he knows exactly what is happening, and now he'd know that he's the guy he's chasing currently.
Exciting times here as the players walk up to hole number 16. It's a good shot right there by Yashas, right on the money. Here on hole number 16. Good pin position today, inviting the players to sort of flirt with danger. You've seen that the pin positions are not the easiest today, and why should they be? The final day, you want to find the victor and somebody who can take on risk and still succeed. Saptak Talwar is one that can be there to shoot a 1 over round. So.
Wonderful putt by Safi, just coming a little short. Would have looked good leaving the putter face.
Rarely do you have this that you make 2 eagles in a round. How often have you been able to do it? I know that I can only remember one time in my life that I've been able to do, and that also in a friendly round.
It is rare. It is rare. I have done it, I think 3 or 4 times, but I mean, it goes to show I've played 1,000 rounds.
Very difficult.
3 or 4 times in a round is difficult.
2 eagles in a round is a rarity. Both Sukra and Pukraj have done that today. Shamim Khan, 3 over today. So obviously running out of gas on the final day. Your friend Arjun Sharma, 4 under par, 7 under for the tournament.
Yes, I did mention.
Run of Mudrikar, 5 under for the tournament. 5 under for the day, 12 under for the tournament. a lot of low rounds.
Well, now
It looks
so it
good.
seems like it's a good ball striking day for him, and that's a sad miss. That's disappointing. That's going to pinch a little, burning the edge. And if Arjun Sharma is listening, I hope he's bringing back the kachoris I requested, the special Jaipur famous kachoris. But happy to see having a good finish to the round, and Mana Bias as well has gotten back those shots. His par for the day, finished par for the day after the bogey starts on the first and second. So Mana Bias would probably have to go back to qualifying school. Found form in the back end of the season, a little too late for his liking, but good to see him playing well. Shivendra now having a decent day, a few misses here and there, but consistent as always. 2 under par for the day. He's got a 4-footer left here. Like to make this and run to the next tee.
That's a good part.
Moving back a little, felt like he's not sure if he's made it, but
I thought that
on the
was
hole.
that was moving to the right, but sort of turned back in the end. Varun Chopra with what appears to be a mere formality. Straight putt, all of maybe a foot.
When we started the day, we were wondering if the flag positions were a little tougher and a little tougher to access. Drawing close to the end of the tournament, the first 27 guys on the leaderboard, they're all short and under par round.
Look at this putt. Right at the end, it broke
Right
to
at
the
the end, it
left.
just denied him. Said, not today.
Yeah, you see the look of anguish.
Quite the appropriate reaction as well, given that must have looked perfect till that very last roll.
It's one of those subtle double breaks that you have.
The golf ball rolling back a couple of feet on the green. Now we have a look at hole number 15. Sanit taking aim, both Saptak and Yashas finding the green. Not ideally very close to the flag, but Sanit has a good angle running for him. Let's see if we can track this golf ball.
Difficult 15, probably the most difficult hole on this golf course.
All three finding this putting surface on a tough hole. Shouldn't be too disappointed.
Yeah, par's a good score on this hole.
It's a beautiful side, lush green Rambagh Golf Club. And positive note for the players is that the wind seems to be not much at all, actually, which would mean they could basically take their time with their ball flights and play the strokes that they want to. This tournament, Yashas on the other hand, having a decent day as well. 2 under par is just not as impressive as his playing partners because they're just running too hot. They're firing on all cylinders. Yashas, the first member on hole number 15 to take a stroke. Long lag putt, attempting his birdie. He gives it a good run. That's an excellent putt. Anybody of any level should be content with the stroke there. Dhruv now, on the other hand, having given his lead up, had a two-stroke lead.
This is steel, and this is an idea. So what happens when we join them? Something marvelous, like cars that are lighter, more fuel efficient, yet safer. Thanks to high-perform or lowers CO2 emission and makes this world a better place. Tomorrow is shaped by imagination and steel.
Tata Steel. We also make tomorrow.
He's having, I would imagine, 100%. Looking at the bottom of the cup here, I think he has nothing but dead aim for this birdie. Oh, he must have looked really good off the face. The distance, he could not hit it hard enough to get that. And Sanat actually hitting the impressive shot here on the tough 15th. Something now giving way to Sanat. Should have a fair idea of the line that he needs to play, because he's coming from a similar side that Saptak was. A little different angle, but he knows this is going to break strongly from the left. Seems to be a little slow. We'll have to give it a good whack. As he does, and he burns the edge. That was an impressive stroke. Must have looked good throughout till it did not go in, just crossing the hole a little. Certainly looked really good on the screen here. Deciding to tap out. And repairing a little pitch mark, taking his time, making sure he has all the information is ready before he makes his stroke. That's so comfortably, so that's a par for him. A disappointing one, because I think he played the hole quite perfectly. I hit a wonderful first putt. Just did everything right except for go in.
Par on this hole, nevertheless, is not the worst score.
Absolutely agreed. It's a tough 15th, and Saptak would like to follow suit and make par. As he does so, Saptak is now joined by Aman Raj at 17 under. So quite the interesting change of events here. Aman Raj finally in the day getting back to the lead where he started, but he finds himself sharing it with Saptak Talwar, and now Dhruv Sharon is the one chasing Saptak and Aman Raj. Dhruv only managing a par number 14, which means that he'll be one shot behind Saptak and Aman Raj, given he's having a rather disappointing back nine.
As I said, Aman having a quiet round, but I said if he shoots 3 under par, that's a good round by him, because the rest of them will not be able to keep that up. You've seen that Dhruv dropping a couple of shots, getting 3 under par. It's not that easy to replicate what you've done on the front nine to do it again on the back nine. You kind of run out of steam. That is just the nature of this game. So Aman is still blemish free. So he'll be really happy that that save on 11 and 13. I think that'll do him a world of good.
Absolutely. When you look at the scorecard, you don't know. You think that he's 7 under par through the day and he must be playing flawlessly. But which to some part he is. But it's also given kudos to a couple of the 10, 12 footers he's made for par. Like those could have easily gone the other way and he could have been sitting at 3 or 4 under for the day. But those putts that you sometimes save can propel that low round that you're having.
As we have a look at the par 5 hole number 17. The hole 17th plays only 511 according to the yardage. The 18th plays 539. Although the 17th plays a lot longer because there's OB running along the entire right-hand side. So the players don't really take on the outer bounds. They tend to hit towards the left side, left fairway, the alternate fairway, making the whole play a lot longer than what it is. Akshay Sharma also unfortunately not making birdie on hole number 14, so he'll rule that miss. That's a much required birdie for him if he was to challenge for this tournament. Now he is definitely on the outside looking in, 3 shots behind. The round of the day, nevertheless, going to Ankur Chadda. Manu now. Fair bit of break on this. Nails it.
Quite a bit of experience in this group. With a slight tap and left for himself, but giving it fair attention. Comfortably. Going back to the group of Sanit, Sarthak, and Yashas. It's phenomenal to see that Yashas is 2 under par through the day, but he's being overshadowed by Sanit, who's 5 under par for the day, who's being overshadowed by Sapta, who's 7 under par for the day. The same group, they combined 14 under par for the day itself.
Yeah, this is quite a group. Really displaying top tier golf. Sanit Bishnoi is at 15 under par. Maybe just 2 more birdies, get to 17. But they've ensured that this is an entertaining afternoon for all our viewers who joined in to watch Bhawani Singh Rathore presents Jaipur Open 2023, powered by AU Small Finance Bank. Here, live from Rambagh Golf Club in Jaipur. Tournament offering a prize fund of 1 CR. Defending champion Om Prakash Chauhan is also number 1 on the order of merit of the Professional Golf Tour of India. Unfortunately, not making the cut this week, missing it by 1, shows you that there are no free lunches on the Professional Golf Tour of India. Even the number 1 has to earn the right to play on the weekend. And the margins are razor thin The standards are really good. It's another good putt by Yashas, running that by about 4 feet ahead.
This hole does play a little quick once you cross the hole towards the water. I think it's also because with the water body being so close, the grains grow a little more strongly.
Yeah, that's a good point because the grain grows towards the waters, making that quicker from this side. I won't be too surprised if Saptak makes this putt. Looks like a sizable length, but
and gain a stroke, but a par numbers.
so we have an important putt for Yashas. Always out of the running as far as winning the tournament is concerned, but these players do want those top 5 rankings because they get those world ranking points. I'm certain that a lot of these players would venture on to play the Asian Tour qualifying, and points do matter for them in the larger scheme of things.
Absolutely, and as we see, Rambagh currently the clubhouse leader at 4 under par. He is a few strokes adrift from where the eventual winner is going to be, as Yashas now moving back for his par. He does a wonderful job. Should be content with that par.
I've also seen that the players have really improved as far as their putting from your 4 feet and in concerned.
Does seem so. You think maybe it's because of the time of the day and the day it is on the final round?
I also think that this week the greens have been fairly easy to putt on. There's not much break. Green is not really much of a factor. So you've seen, and the speed, very comfortable speed, somewhere around I think between 9 and 10, where it's comfortable, not too slow, not too fast. So they can actually putt with almost reckless abandon.
Akshay now has displayed some phenomenal shot game through the.
Let's have a look at this one. This will be interesting to note how he approaches this putt. Not making birdie on, having to almost the entire length.
It's wonderful. I mean, he's not the hole, but given the length of the putt, it's a very, very impressive putt.
That's what I'm saying. He's always hole high beyond it, and that's just fantastic. So putting for him is a lot easier than it is for others.
Watched it happen. We thought it was for a par, but indeed it was for a birdie. A brilliant tee shot by him. So he's now moved to that tied 3rd position at 16 under, and he's only a short adrift. I mean, what is going on in the shore? Yeah, under for the day, one guy's day, and Yashas is trailing behind under the par.
I think it's positive energy. It's sort of feeding off each other's brilliant play. But coming back to Sanit, I think I already raised that point that when I saw him at DLF, when he had that 4-shot lead sort of withered away, he still had a smart face and played the last few holes with valor. And that's because somebody else would have been crumbled. That was a big tournament, a lot of prize money, and big opportunity to win and wonders for you and even open doors for you. It shows you that if you can sort of accept defeat, you'll definitely end up winning one day. And to have that attitude from a young age, that's brilliant. I know how difficult it is. So it's a really goes to show that this young man is made of the right stuff.
Oh my God, good from him as well. Great speed, just did not break as much as he thought. I think it was a confidence. So just a little error in the reading. And now from over the hole, his putt should break from the right. We're not too sure whether a birdie or a par. We'll update you on that, but he'd surely like to make that go in the hole. Reconfirming with his caddy what he thinks is just a little confusing, trying to figure out sometimes the difference between a right edge and a right inside putt fool you, given you don't want to miss it on the underside or overread the break. Let's see what he manages to pull off here.
One of the easy, especially given that he's new. This is
this is a very different back nine story for Dhruv compared to what he was doing early on.
Doing himself any favors by missing those parts.
He still has par fives coming in, and we take a birdie on 16, so it is possible. But he is running out of opportunities. The other players are not letting on at all.
I think it's safe to say maybe it's a case of nerves. He's missed those two short putts, and I mean the 11th long putt, but the 13th he's really sort of did himself with that small little yip there.
So too, and I feel that any Dhruv's end has got nothing to do with the game. And
it's not easy to first victory, actually, if the stage is set and there's so many others who are also playing well. But I think he should just try and play his game, get to a number, or not. Flawless golf, he should, isn't it?
In these situations, these parts could become as well. Also, at the same time, I like to point out, when you talk about the mind, it's not just, if you talk about a player getting nervous, it doesn't mean that the player's underconfident.
Exactly.
It's just sometimes you're not as clearly as you were before.
Yeah, because you have your own whole mind also, how you go on about it. Start caring more. That's the problem.
Absolutely. And golf is not about playing poorly out of bounds. It's like subtle misses. It's like a putt burning the edge, not the same bird.
I think the moment you start worrying about the result and you want to do well and you want to make birds, when you're freewheeling on the front expectations, he was just playing. I'm pretty sure when he started the day, he didn't expect that I'll be in with a shot to win the tournament. He's quite far behind. You go to 5 under, and then your mind, it sort of gets in the way that I just need to get to 7 under to win or whatever. So that's one of the things you learn. The more often that he gets himself into these positions, he'll more comfortable with them and be able to perform to his ability.
That's usually what happens, because your game will not change drastically from the 5th hole to the 15th hole, but the way you're scoring and all it has to do with the mind.
I think he can always go back to those chip-ins by the score players and 11. No,
that was a momentum shift. Definitely a momentum shift there. As we take a look at the leaderboard, and our top, we have Saptak Talwar, who propelled himself right at 17 under alongside Aman Raj, who's 11th street today, so quite impressive part. And Sanit Bishnoi also playing alongside Saptak Talwar in third position, par for the day. And was had a hot start, 5 under through the first 9, but bogeys 9, and he's faltered to 3. That's an impressive round going on, and well for his distance, because he's only 1. And following him as Pranav Madikar, who's officially the club leader at 14 under par. Good round by him. Akshay Sharma and Sachin Biswaya find themselves at 14 and 13 under par with a few holes left. Ankur Chadda, an impressive round as well. Under today, 6 under par for the tournament, followed by Shivender and Syed Saqib Ahmed. 8th at the same score, but they do have a hole left. They might change that position in scoring a bit. That's the top 10 for you. Running by the top, very, very exciting finish. We have absolutely no idea. Punch high, middle in one of the par fives or a birdie and push for a win, or uh, maybe even 5 players can run up on the same score. Anything is possible currently. Whatever happens, though, we are with you. We are with you till the bringing you all trends, so you will know on your screens, comfortably sitting at home, guys, what the result is going. We'll make sure that it's an exciting time, exciting finish, and making sure it is for.
And for those of you who are late to the party, say that it's never too late. You can join us at any point in time. Live coverage is on. You're watching Bhawani Singh Rathore presents Jaipur Open 2023 by AU Small Bank.
Speaking of party, Shore, I mean, if there's a playoff, there's an after party as well. Then
yes, it's going to be an finish if there is a playoff. So we expect all of you to sit and be glued to your television sets. Dhruv walking down on hole number 16. This is the final group of Akshay Sharma, Dhruv Sharon, and Aman Raj. Leading the tournament currently is Saptak Talwar. Been pretty much a bolt from the blue. Par 17 under for the tournament, leading alongside Aman Raj, the overnight leader, who's played consistently good golf today. Nothing too flashy, no bogeys. It's always a key to victory. And 2 under par for the day. 5 neck and neck with Safed Bishnoi, youngster from Guam, is at 16 under par for the day, going along really well. This is ball striker, really good youngster, and has a good golfing lineage as well. This is also a very accomplished professional. Through Sharon at 15 under par, we saw a lot of 5 on the front 9. Unfortunately, back 9 is it's been a tale of 2 different halves altogether. 5 under the back 9, on the front 9, 3 under. He's on the back 9 thus far, so still has 3 holes to make amends. He sees himself 2 shots behind. Maybe an eagle birdie finish might do the trick. On your screens, on the right hand side is Syed Saqib Ahmed on hole number 18, the par 5. This golf course really does make for interesting viewing. Gives a lot of opportunities in terms of birdies and eagles. It's the kind of golf course that you want to be playing. Also, a few difficult holes where the players really need to navigate them, such as the 15th, 11th. You might drop a few shots on those holes, as we've seen quite a few players make bogeys on 11th, 15th, and even the 3rd. Let's see how Saqib does. One hand off the club is never a good. Also saw Ankur Chadda with the brilliant round of the day, 6 under par. Sees him move into a tie for 10th as the course are making birdies, more and more birdies. Syed Saqib Ahmed, Shivin Sodia, and Sachin Bisoya, the trio, 4 under for the day and 13 under for the tournament. Pranav Mardikar going along fantastically today with the apologies. He's 7 under par, 14 under for the tournament. What a time! An eagle on hole number 7 in style as well. Looks set for an absolute cliffhanger. And the 18th hole for a battle. Please, my apologies It's a really good finishing hole, reachable for and then danger on either side. OB and water as we to Dhruv. Can he make amends? It's about time. Let's see one go in the hole. Seems like the is that's a ball keeper today. It's just not behaving on the back nine.
I know Dhruv, it's probably a par for him, and he's made 3 bogeys in the back nine, and he has a couple of par fives to come, so he still might have something to say about the tournament. But nonetheless, quite an impressive start by him, given the strength.
Yeah, finished with a couple of birdies, about 16 under par. That's a good, valiant effort. Back nine didn't go his way. That's just somehow just the way the cookie crumbles. As you have a look at Akshay. Look at that.
Walking it.
Look at that.
Comfort he is in.
This man is he's made of very stern stuff. And if you paid close attention, he changed his stance a little bit.
Yes, I did.
It was the smaller stance. He's putts exactly like Jack Nicklaus. Crunch.
Which is stance though on this putt.
It's
Could be a feel thing. Could be something.
maybe it's a left-right putt. When I played my best golf, I used to have the similar stance and putting style. It's difficult. You can only do it when you're putting really well because it requires a lot of hand-eye coordination.
Yeah, that's definitely different than what we've been seeing.
He's
in for the
open
last
as
2
well.
days.
Open stance, really crouched over. The eye is a lot closer to the ball. It's not easy to do but feel as well. And it now on hole number 17 in 2 we assume has a lot of power and the ability to get over the green in 2. That's a luxury not many have. Really nice chip shot, be able to clean up for his birdie.
Yes, and a lot of people might think that he's in this situation where he's trailing by a shot. He should maybe trying it and pushing it, but the risk of doing that is sometimes you just can be over aggressive and run like 12 feet. Sometimes a birdie is the best thing you can do from the position you were in, and I think that was a chip shot by him.
Would have been a really good, would have looked good in the air. That would have pitched somewhere in and around the flag high.
I think we agree that usually what happens is when nerve comes in, the shots where you need to control, not necessarily the drivers and the lines of the mid iron, but shots with the wedges where you have to hit a control distance and then moving closer, chip shots and the counter shot putters. That's where the field sort of moves a little.
Yeah, because you get a little you get a little more adrenaline flowing. Maybe you're nervous and you can still expend that by hitting a hard drive, but you can't quite sort of replicate shots.
Absolutely, I think I agree the same, which is why sports like cricket, at least my amateur level, become a little easier because if you're a novice, just swing harder.
I think the only one who's never bowling to, I've seen you hitting those big sixes over mid off destination is right over the bowler's head. As we see this,
looking carefully, but missing his part.
Not quite sure if that was his third or fourth. We'll soon find out.
Update and Akshay Sharma, all that.
Life with Vedika, always full of altitude.
He's not hit them too close, but he's still. I think the only one that he hit 16th was a good shot, but he's been by his high.
Sneaking it from the right side is Shaurya, but as long as they go in, sneaking it from the right side is Shaurya, but as long as they go in, that's what counts.
So that would be a birdie for you. Yeah.
If
The
it is,
smile on the caddy's face tells you this.
which would mean that we would have leaders now.
Yeah, this is very interesting thing is that Akshay is not too far either now with this. So he's, as I was saying, Akshay is not spectacular shot yet. So he played it today and still 4 under par. So hold
It's
this.
a testament to the putting. When he's just given more opportunities, and at some point to make an extra putt compared to the rest of the guys, and that's weaker strokes.
He's similar, him and Om Prakash Chauhan, very similar players, both like to play left to right. And even off the fairways, have a very good hit heavy on the ball, and even hit the ball a similar length, probably the driver in the air about 285, and styles are similar. I think very rarely do you find two players who are almost carbon copies of each other.
And a good thing, of course, Om Prakash this season, but Om Prakash, one now pretty quick over the ball as soon as he.
It's about 30 by that, so going with a 4-iron,
and that goes to show. I mean, Shivendra a little ahead of him as well. So
yeah, Shivendra can really hit it. Look at that. That shows you what a good, how high he hits it. He's able to hold his greens are firm, like it's playing a little downwind as well. Shivendra can
from that from Varun today. I think Varun's had an impressive ball.
Shivendra not, hits the ball maybe a little further, but I don't think puts the same amount of juice. And he's a very good iron striker. But if I have to compare the two, Varun would maybe pressure. Let's see if Shivendra the greens, maybe going in with a shorter iron, likes to favor the high drop. No, ended up.
By batted will soon. Not with it, but
really long. Both of these players have about
one bogey or card, and the only difference between them is that Sun made birdie and South made. That's the only stroke difference today between them.
What was Saptak's position on the?
That
might be a good idea to check it right. As we do that, we encourage our viewers to head to our website and the Saptak Talwar 8th, so has had 3 top 10 so golf is ball as we look at whole number is pivotal.
Sanit suits his eye. Hitting a hard draw, hitting it far is, I think, quick call of the club suggests is it a good one?
If anything, and Sanit in a similar territory to where Shivendra was not getting purchase of ropes. My apologies. Only 7 yards. It's all carry for him. Normally, when it hits that downhill, it kind of bounces off. That's another uncharacteristic for this fairway to behave. It bounds on. So unfortunate for him not to get that bounce after that big drive.
I think a lot of the time it would also happen. Hit one hard. You tend to launch it a little high as well, and sometimes it just comes off with a little more carry, but a little more spin.
I think that's what's happened. When you try to bomb it too hard, you put too many cushions on the golf ball. Let's see. He has a right-left movement on it. If he can catch that slope, this can go a fair distance.
Left a little is not entirely sure where it is.
Gone left. You won't be happy with that one.
Sorry, I missed out on Saptak's tee shot, but we know Sanit is down in the fairway, and it is a par 5, and he trails Saptak by one shot, as does Aman Raj. I think now, Shaurya, it's between 3 guys. It's between Saptak, Sanit, and Aman Raj, because I feel Dhruv and Akshay sitting at 15 under have 2 guys, but you have to say their work is a little too much for them to do in my
I think Dhruv is sort of fortunate to say might have missed the boat there. with those bogeys there, he should still maybe get in for a tie for second because I'm dropping a shot on the last.
And Bhawani, a wonderful iron and tee shot for an eagle over 18. That's a great part by him. Just a little on the line, but a great speed.
So Varun would end at 12 under par and then for a tie for 11th. Good week for Varun. Only 3 under par. Good round by him.
A lot. This tournament depends on what Aman also does. Does he match Sanith and Saprok by making a bird itself, or does he do one better and maybe make it the 18th tee? I think I'm a power would be disappointed number 17 for Aman Raj.
Yeah, I think I want to have it all to do on the last hole. Not the longest. So on the 18th, he won't be getting an iron. He would maybe be going in with a rescue. So I think that 17th is that he should try and make birdie.
So I think with Saptak already at 18 playing number 18, I think he's going to post at least 18 and if not better. And I'm going to need one birdie at the least in the next that he has left.
Especially with Sanith hitting the fairway. A lot to play for here. Absolutely. Should have written a better script.
Shivendra, we're not too sure if he'll end up on the green, so I presume that this is for his birdie.
Yeah, I think so too. I'm not quite sure if he was. Oh, that looks good.
Just a break. Then there was a great speed. Nonetheless, he'd finish with a par and he'd end his tournament campaign at 13 under par. On a good week, 13 under par currently is good enough by it. Just inside the top 10. Sake with his attempt to sneak up ahead of Shivendra. He left himself 3 foot in there. After making his approach in 3, manages to pull that off. Him and Shivendra both are going to be tied 13 under par. Little clean up now. Would want this to be the last look. This we would do this for 2 holes. He has a target and he has a goal set in his mind. 17th is a par 5 as we've seen before, so that could very well have been for his birdie. And now as the group ahead clears the green for Sanith and Saptak's group alongside Yasha's. Sanith now with a long iron through the trees as we see through this lovely camera work. Sanith would have to put this on the green within a makeable putting distance. Takes a swipe at it, seems to have hit a higher shot. Indicate that there's a little tailwind flying. Caught that as good as he wanted to. He's left himself a green. Short-sighted, but should give it a fair run for an up and down nonetheless. We have here the right side of the fairway. Screens that would seem Saptak coming out of the woods there, and if he's hit his drive there, that would mean that He's now going to hit his or attempt to hit his third onto the green, which would mean that makes it difficult for him to make a birdie here. That means they're all the more important, and also now what Aman does on this tee shot becomes more important, because Amaraj has managed to make a birdie on number 17 and stuck the par. So still not sure. I mean, Smith makes a birdie, and one of the more likely scenarios, what I can is Saptak makes a par, Sanit makes a, and they both finished 18 under. And Aman Raj, if he manages to hit this drive on the fairway, you'd peg him to make a birdie as well. That would mean that he can just the title by a shot at 19 as well. But the scenario I'm cooking up in my head, 10 to 15 minutes, we'll know exactly where this exact situation is. But Aman Raj has won on number 18, and he's ready to go. He's ready to Saptak from the fairway, and but Saptak manages to. He's obviously been on song today, and that's a wonderful shot by him. Saptak thinking a little. I mean, he's given himself an uphill putt and quite a good opportunity for birdie. Very hard to predict where and takes this tournament. Currently, they seem to have put themselves in an interesting position, and you never know if Saptak and Aman manage a par and Akshay Sharma comes up with an eagle on the. It's still post season, so Aman Raj now finally getting to tee off, as ready as ever as he looks.
He'll need that high draw tree line. It seems like a confident swing.
He didn't leave anything short. Yeah.
That's a brilliant, and that's a long drive by him. But it's pretty similar territory to where. So he's definitely got the juices flowing. You can see team more towards the right hand side. So not quite sure that this is a hole that favors a fade, but he like playing a fade, so that's the preferred shot shape.
Do you think he might want to get a little out of it by draw?
He sticks to his guns. He likes to play the fade. But it's not the easiest of fairways to hit with a fade. As I said, it's not the easiest fairway to find the left to right movement, but
if he leaves falling down, he's I think it's not a bad break considering he's still in play.
Yeah, and from that he can hit another fade, maybe a 3-iron or something. Let's see. Now throw Sharon.
It's not disappointing to see how he's going to finish, but
that's the ideal hole for him to unleash a long drive, maybe finish in style.
Maybe the frustration out on the drive.
Yeah, started right on the trees and hit one of those bullet draws. Yeah, started right, and he's that confident finish. So he's just a little left. That's fair distance. That's sitting for him. Gallery there as well.
Has a tricky pitch and putt, but you would assume that given that Rajesh, he might have to actually hold this and posting under, because I mean it's still too early to say what I was on the hole, but given the first part of the equation, right? If he makes the 19 under is a score.
As you've often heard, golf is not just about brilliance; it's about how bad are your bad shots. So I think the point is Aman Raj. He's not made a bogey. He's not been brilliant today, but he's been error-free, and that's the kind of golf that can win you tournaments. And similar for Sharma, it's just one blemish, and birdie's team. So
absolutely, you know why? It's so rightly said, because Dhruv has made more birdies than Aman. Dhruv has made 2 more birdies than Aman Raj. 2 points of the day. Aman Raj is at the day. And given the fact that he started the day 2 clear in the lead, I feel a 3 round through 7 is the way to go.
Exactly. So I also just try and shoot 2 or 3, and if somebody beats you off, that's not your problem. If it's a day, and at least shoot 2 or 3 under par. So it's not really gone his way. You've seen that few shots have been errant, but he's stuck in there, and that's what campaigner does. You can't use your A game, but you must know how to mitigate, when things are not going too well.
Absolutely, because even the guys who are in a short back, guys who are playing 8 and 7 under par on the day, so they've had to really
brilliant was the drone. It shows you there's space for him to pitch this, and what a shot! What a shot!
Almost had us excited that he won. So Sanith is definitely going to post 18 under.
This is what I'm talking. When I saw this player, and obviously he has all the skill. The attitude is so right attitude, and he has that.
He looks very relaxed with that chip for someone who's just been pro for a year.
He doesn't, he's not worrying too much about the result. He's sort of just expressing, trying to do the best he can. 8 under par on the final day, the leader down. It's really brilliant, and it's not that it's that easy. These players are really good. Believe you me, all the people who are watching this tournament, is a pretty easy. You've seen the ball is not rolling that much. When you do have an opportunity to go play here, you can shoot a lot of over par rounds here as well. Some of the players who missed the cut have shot high numbers. It's not that easy. It's just that these players are really firing on all cylinders.
Absolutely. The best example would be Om Prakash Rawal.
Yes.
Winner last week, number 1 in the order of merit, 4-time winner this season, and he, which happens. He's human after all. Golf mortalizes everyone, but it goes to show that these guys have played really well. And Yash now, after that brilliant putt on the previous hole.
You really do see the blade putters anymore. You're just seeing the mallet putters. It's see anyone using those old style blade putters anymore. It's about the mallet putter.
Yeah, get on the camera because I've always been a fan of always been a fan of the classic blade putters.
Yeah, I think you're the last of a dying breed, my friend.
So I think Satya is giving me company there. Yeah. I think he's got that blade putter running as well.
And that's good because you a purist of the game. That's how the game was supposed to be. Obviously, the inventions that came to make the game a little easier.
I think also back to the conversation we were having yesterday. It's some parts of the game you're so sure you don't feel like there's a change needed. Maybe a mallet putter suits me better, but it's so sure with my putting that I just like that. Is it? Nothing wrong.
Absolutely. That's what technology is there for. These companies wouldn't operate. There's so many companies giving you so many permutations and combinations. While we have a look at Saptak.
This is to post 19 under par for the tournament and have Raj make that, match that to chase him. So this is an important putt and it's well within makeable range. He's a brilliant third shot here.
I really like his demeanor, and Saptak is a cool customer. Reminds me a little bit of Sandhu, how he carries himself. And relaxed demeanor, doesn't get too perturbed, but that putt,
even that is the putt. I think as soon as he struck it, he knew he hasn't put a confidence throw in it. So 2 players, then Shaurya, we're going to have the clubhouse leaders at 8. Gives a little more hope to Sanith. Visit at Sanith would have now to the tournament now on the man in the field, the king of Patna, Aman Raj.
It's idea. If you want to win this tournament, then you'll have to perform under the gun. You'll have to produce the goods when they're required. It's such a difficult task to win a pro tournament. I mean, till the end, he's made so many birdies, but you still have to make one more.
You can't Aman Raj in any point in time. I mean, on a par 5 away, he's better long one. Most people would bet on him making a birdie.
I would also like to point out that he really did come out of his shoes, and that drive he fit all the way till there. He got 290 odd yards, so it's not like he's a long hitter. He's an average hitter, but he has that gear that he went 100% and still was able to center it.
Absolutely, and that's a player who's confident, who knows what he's doing and is not irritated by the pressure in the environment around himself. He knows what he goes and executes it comfortably. Now, Sanit. So between a 2 and 3 foot, just makes you think. He knows how important this putt is, and he's displayed a certain calmness over the last 2 days that we've seen. Even though he struggled yesterday, he did post a good number. Not too much to it, which is why he's quick on the ball. This to post 18 under alongside his playing partner Saptak, and he does so confident. I mean, Shora, this is just too impressive. I mean, two guys playing in the same group, 8 under par, both together. This must have been some group to watch today.
Yeah, fantastic. Both the youngsters doing really well.
All smiles, all greetings, all congratulations. They've done a splendid job of golf today. I mean, we're sitting here, we've enjoyed this so much.
Yeah, Sanit Bishnoi has a great future ahead of him. To be able to produce that kind of golf and come back from heartbreak and still perform so well, he's really has my admiration for the way he's handled himself and the kind of golf he's produced on this final day here. And somebody else who has my admiration is Bhawani Singh Rathore for getting this together, and AU Small Finance Bank for the Bhawani Singh Rathore presents Jaipur Open 2023, powered by AU Small Finance Bank, making this happen. And our tour sponsor Tata Steel for being a rock, standing like a rock with the tour. Look at the length of his drive. He's good 35 yards ahead of Akshay Sharma. Shows you that on the afterburners on.
Absolutely, all the time in the gym. His close friend Samar Dwivedi, if I'm not wrong, trains Amaraj, a thorough professional golfer himself, currently playing. But that was some impressive golf. In the last hour and a half, 2 hours, we've just seen some or the other event taking place on the course.
It also shows you that Akshay Sharma can hit the ball a lot further, but he sacrifices on distance of the tee by going with the left-right. But he's so good with that, and I think he should stick to that because it works so well. He has that fairway finder. Now, having to go with what appears to be a 3-wood, but he has a lot of control. The good thing is he has that, he has that forward lean and that good hit. So doesn't try to get more distance. He could easily get about 20 yards more with the draw.
And like he said, when Akshay is standing on the tee, I don't think as a player he's thinking he's shorter or longer than anybody. He just thinks, I want to make a 4 on this hole, and this is the best way I can do it. Whether somebody else does it a different way doesn't matter to them. I think that's one of the qualities of better, bigger players as well, that they don't let the playing partners or the environment affect them.
I see. This is a very important shot for Akshay. He's currently sitting in under par, coming out of the rough, going with the 3-wood. That only time will tell. That is some brilliant work, I must say. And as good as the camera work, this shot is actually... I have no words. I'm running out of.
Coming out of the rough with the 3-wood over those trees, that I think that's once in a 1,000 shot.
Yeah, that's a career shot right there. What a fantastic shot by Akshay Sharma. And Aman Raj
just gets on with it, gets right on the ball.
Yeah, not taking much time here is Aman. All these players really like to get on with it. But there's some brilliant camera work there as well. And look at the length of drive that Dhruv is talking about. He's able to... Good shot there. Based on the floor. And
job by giving himself an opportunity to post in as well.
He made that look easy in a good shot.
But if Aman is an up and down, he's out with that body there.
I'm just stupefied of this drive. We've not seen anybody here and were to hit the fairway. He would have been 15 yards further. And it looks like it's on a good line. That's a good shot as well. Coming out of the rough, still able to stop it on the green. That's the pedigree of these players.
Fruitnik Electro Plus. Rehydrate. Feel alive.
काम घर में कर रहे हो या बाहर या किसी बीमारी से उबर रहे हो, आप बिना जाने डिहाइड्रेट हो सकते हैं। रोज जरूरत है फ्रूटनिक इलेक्ट्रो प्लस रिहाइड्रेट। इसका अनोखा R3 फॉर्मूला इलेक्ट्रोलाइट रिस्टोर करे, ग्लाइकोजन रिप्लेनिश करे और मसल्स का तनाव कम करे तुरंत एनर्जी के साथ।
फ्रूटनिक इलेक्ट्रो प्लस रिहाइड्रेट।
Maybe pitched and rolled to about 15-20 feet. That requires a tremendous amount of control and face control as well. Absolutely. By the way, because the moment you flip it a little bit or get late on it, you would not be able to hit that shot. That is the kind of shot that Tiger used to pull off in his heyday. Maybe Tiger has about 15 yards on Akshay, but the way that he's hit this shot is truly fantastic. Coming out of the rough, front right pin position with a 3-wood in your hand, and the ball comes off so hot with the 3-wood, very tough to control it. Then Aman Raj pitching it center of the green, rolling on. He needs to win this tournament. And then Dhruv Sharon, all 3 5-star shots.
Absolutely, and this is the time of the day when everybody's eyes are on the group as well. I mean, they're the only 3 players playing, but then they're this at such an important juncture. I mean, once Akshay hit that shot, you're suddenly now thinking that maybe there's a 4-way playoff at 18 under par, and also to think that
there could be, you never know.
Could be, yes,
yeah.
Absolutely.
I mean, we hope that Aman can make his birdie and Akshay can make that eagle. But we've seen so many good shots, and it's tough to call one. But I would say that that shot by Akshay Sharma deserves a special place in this week as far as good shots are concerned. Flag high, hitting a high soft 3-wood from the rough.
And that's one thing a lot of people obviously know, especially with the ones who play, whether it's at an amateur level or a professional level, that there is so much that can go wrong with every shot. But the shot that Akshay Sharma hit, there is so much that has to go right
Exactly.
for him to even pull it off.
Yeah, so if you're hitting a 3-wood from the fairway, you can maybe hit it high and hold the green. But coming off from the rough, trying to hit over the trees, and he had to put that curvature on it because he had the trees in the line. So he had to hit a left-right fade. I don't remember the tournament. Do you remember when Tiger hit that 3-wood and ran left, that big slice? Maybe not that dramatic, but this shot was not easy at all. If you have the opportunity of playing this club, go there. Maybe he had about 250 yards to the flag from the rough, had to sort of hit a sawed-off 3/4 high cut 3-wood. Brilliant. I guess if you give him 10 balls again, he won't be able to execute it that well.
I mean, I feel the perfection with which he executed that, and not just him, I think for any golfer, given where he came from, to hit it that close. I mean, I'm sure a good shot you can hit the green and you can hit it to between 35-40 feet, but the way he pitched it and got it right over the trees.
I was in awe of the camera work when the ball was being followed, and he outdid the camera as well.
The quality of everything is getting better as the tournament is progressing towards the close of the day here in the final round, and the gallery gathering around the green quite intently. And I'm sure Saptak and Sanit both will be peering onto this group to see what Aman, and now after that brilliant 3-wood, what Akshay does.
Yeah, this is what it boils down to. 71 holes played, 72nd. He pretty much holds the key to his destiny, does Aman Raj.
In all fairness, if
this chip shot will roll a little bit. He'll have to be careful because this has the tendency to just run off a little bit too much. He's done ever so well in terms of distance control. Look at that holding the nerves. I think that's a 10 on 10 shot given the situation. Absolutely. Fantastic distance control. The ball was sitting down in the rough, and he doesn't really muddle around too much. Doesn't waste time. Gets on with it.
He's just a confident player. He's not reacting to the situation.
He's going on like it's a normal round, and that's the key. You don't need to start thinking about the situation. Just execute and react to the shot.
Conversation I had with him after his victory in Hyderabad, and I asked him what you were feeling on the putt, the winning putt, that 4-footer that he had as he watched Dhruv Sharon first. Again, getting on quickly with it.
Would be nice to see him finish in style.
I'd love to see him hold this. I mean, he's played such brilliant golf. He's the most exciting player in the beginning of the round, in the beginning of this coverage. And
has he done it?
He did give it a run.
I think he's going to help his friend out now with the line.
He's definitely going to help Aman there. And I asked him, were you feeling nervous on that 4-footer that he had to win? You knew that missing this would mean a playoff, making this would mean you win. And he says, I have no idea what was going on. I was so nervous. I have absolutely no idea what I did. I just made that putt and I was happy. So the reason I'm telling you that conversation, because he's got a 3 or a 4-footer here as well. He knows he needs to make it to win.
I think he couldn't have asked for
an easier putt
and a better scenario.
Yeah.
the line is going to be shown by Dhruv Sharon. So any doubt that he had will be thrown out of the door after that, because he'll see the line. It'll be like a rehearsal. So
I think when Akshay's putt will help a little. He's coming directly over the other side of the hole.
Dhruv is putting right over his line. Absolutely. Same line, same length. It's just he couldn't have asked for a better gift, to be honest.
I think standing on the ball, the only thing that he could go wrong would be the stroke that he makes. I think he's going to have the line and speed dialed down for that little putt.
While we're talking, Akshay Sharma is 5 under for the day, and he's this is the first time that we've seen him produce a shot that he's capable of. And unfortunately, shooting a 6 under par. Look at that. Unfortunately, shooting a 6 under par by not really firing on all cylinders. What a player this guy is, Akshay Sharma.
He's in disbelief. As rightly so, after that 3 wood, you were almost hoping that he makes that putt.
Brilliant player, Akshay Sharma.
But impressive as always. He's going to go finish.
You can see that there's a look of disappointment. But that's understandable after fighting for 4 days. A valiant effort by this young man from Chandigarh.
Absolutely, and I'm sure he's getting an applause from the crowd, as he rightly deserves a cheer from them for the performance that he's given.
And gentlemanly behavior, trying to repair the spike marks that he left so as to ensure that's a good surface for the other players. Fantastic player and ambassador for the game of golf, Akshay Sharma.
And now this putt would mean that potentially Aman Raj makes his birdie. This would mean that Dhruv Sharon is...
The only thing is now Dhruv should hold it. That's really important, that he puts a good stroke on it, so that Aman would have no seed of doubt either ways about the line.
I think he deserves this putt as well, and this would mean that this is...
It's been that kind of day. The putter has been just not behaving on the back nine. It's very unfortunate for Dhruv. He's such a good ball striker, such a fantastic young man, and I'm sure that he'll rise from this. Been a disappointing back nine.
Disappointing back nine, yes, but the way he started the round, you definitely know he's got the quality to be a top player on this tour and move forward. So,
but even this putt would have given Aman the idea how much is breaking.
Absolutely.
Because he hit a dying putt and that broke a little, missed it from the right. So I think the line would be left in and a little firm. Now the only thing would be that he should take the same amount of time. He shouldn't give it too much thought.
Absolutely, just be sure and.
But do you think it's possible in this situation to not give it too much thought? You see that there is a little more preparation than what normally he engages in.
I feel in any situation, players should take the amount of time they need to get ready. I think you shouldn't give room to overthinking. If you think the line is inside left edge or left inside, you should just...
you can see that,
there's a little element of extra.
There is extra time being taken on this, and that's understandable because it's not that every day you're going to have a putt to win. So you just want to make sure what the line is.
Here we have the king of Patna. The stage is set for him. All he needs to do is make this his last final stroke, and he wins the tournament. He has pulled off what you would have assumed is a miracle.
Yeah, he's pulled a rabbit out of the hat. Has Aman Raj, and he's our champion golfer of the week at the Bhawani Singh Rathore presents Jaipur Open 2023, powered by AU Small Finance Bank. What a finish!
It's just wonderful to watch. I mean, we were raving about Om Prakash Chauhan through the year, winning 4 times, and Aman Raj comes up with the 3rd victory of this season, and it has been a roller coaster of a day. He began the day with the lead, then he was chasing Dhruv Sharon for the most part by 2 strokes, and now
being congratulated by the CEO, Mr. Uttam Singh Mundi, and rightly so. What a valiant effort by this young man, and he was being besieged from all sides. There were eagle attempts by Akshay Sharma. There was that round by Sanit Bishnoi of 8 under par. There was Saptak Talwar 8 under par. I mean, there's
attacking him and his lead from all sides. But at the end of the day, Aman Raj has prevailed. It's wonderful to see when he started the day how he ended it. It's quite special to watch a player like that. People gathering around him. He's certainly made a few more fans. He's already had a few more. He's had a few fans before. He's made a few more here.
I must say, when you run the gauntlet, normally don't come out unscathed. You come out stronger if you come out on the other side, and that's what he has done. He's done the hard yards. He's put in the effort, and for that, he's the champion golfer this week.
Absolutely, and I think so many of the players, including Saptak, Sanit, Dhruv, Akshay, all these players must have inspired these guys. But Aman Raj, the way he's held himself, the way he's never been out of the tournament.
And a run through of some of the positions this week. Winning the tournament, Aman Raj, followed by Saptak Talwar, Sanit Bishnu in tied second. Fantastic rounds of 8 under par. Akshay Sharma, Dhruv Sharon, rounding up the top 5. Dhruv Sharon can take solace in the fact that he does get those world ranking points. And stay with us. We will bring you the prize ceremony and the highlights shortly. Let's look back at those wonderful moments. And we request you to stay around for the ceremony. But as far as it's concerned from the presentation box, it's going to be, we'll have to bid adieu to you. And I've been your host, Shaurya Singh, joined alongside my talented co-host, Ainesh Aluwalia. I hope you enjoyed our company. We certainly did enjoy yours. And stay tuned for the prize ceremony. Any parting words, Ainesh?
Thank you, Shaurya, for that. I hope we fulfilled our promise of making it an exciting week. As you see the leaderboard on board, and I'm certainly going to need a minute to get out of my seat. It was such an exciting finish, and I hope you enjoyed the golf. This is a goodbye from us for this week. Join us, remain in touch for the prize presentation, and join us next week as well for the coverage of the final event.
Open 2023, powered by at their best to make a move on the Tata Steel PGTI ranking and make it in the top 60 to seal their cards for next season. The likes of Akshay Sharma, Saptak Talwar, Jiraj Singh Sandhu, Manu Gandas, Aman Raj, Dhruv Shioran and Sanit Bishnoi were some of the top performers this week. We also had two albatrosses in round 2 by Divyanshu Bajaj and Varun Parekh. At the end, we had the most deserving winner. To begin proceedings, I'd like to invite here Mr. Uttam Singh Mandi, CEO, PGTI, Mr. Shreyesh Sacheti, Captain, Rambagh Golf Club, Mr. Mayank Markande, Head of Digital Bank, AU Small Finance Bank, and Mr. Saurabh Dambi, Executive Vice President Marketing, AU Small Finance Bank. Can we have Mr. Mayank Markande and Mr. Saurabh Dambi from AU Small Finance Bank here, please? To start off, I'd like to request Mr. Uttam Singh Mandi to kindly make the opening address.
Ladies and gentlemen, a very good afternoon. You know, at the press conference, I was talking to Aman and Sachin, and we were just talking about the prediction about the winning score, and everyone decided that, yeah, I think the score should be between 18 to 20 under, and here we go. He himself clocked it at 19. Well done, Ahman. Fantastic golf. Amazing victory again. Well, I guess this gets him closer to the #1 slot. He was, before this event, he was lying 4th on the order of merit. He jumps up to #2 and inches his way closer to the #1. Om Prakash is leading as yet, and this event is an important event for all the players, because the fact that this being the last tournament of the season where the top 60 players get decided who would be playing next week, as well as who keep the card for the next year. And the #1 on the order of merit after next week gets an exemption into the European Tour as a full card under category 17. So it's a big fight between, I guess, the top 2 players. Some great playing by Saptak, fantastic, and Sanhit, some amazing golf, hard luck. Like I always say, every time I keep saying, I say it's always so always the next week for the players. You know, as long as we have enough weeks to go through. I wish all the others who've made in the top 60 the very best of luck for the next week as well as for the year 2024. I'd like to take this opportunity in thanking Bhawani. He unfortunately could not be here with us today, but I'd like to thank him for being a presenting partner of this particular event. It means a lot to the PGTI. So Bhawani Singh Rathore, thank you very much. I'd also like to thank AU Small Finance Bank for renewing the partnership, for being a partner of the Professional Golf Tour of India. Thank you very much, Ms. Tambi. Thank you so much for being associated with the PGTI. It means a lot because that is what we want. We want more strong partners like you, yourself, and I'm sure that this partnership will only grow from strength to strength. Thank you. Coming back to the golf course, I mean, this golf course has undergone some renovations, 11 new greens, but hats off to the captain, Mr. Sancheti. Thank you very much. I mean, the course played amazingly well. The scores speak for themselves. 19 under is not an easy score, it's a mean score. Obviously, the greens have to be playing well enough for them to be shooting those kind of scores. So I'd like to thank you, your entire committee, for playing host this week. Hospitality is always A1. We always look forward to coming back to Jaipur. So thank you very much. I'd like to thank the greenskeeper, your entire staff that have worked on the course these last few days. Pratap, wherever you are, thank you very much. I know you've been a huge help to us. We bother you all thing. So thank you very much for, oh, there you are. And everyone else that's associated with this event. I mean, there are a lot of guys who work behind the scenes, from the starters to everyone. So I'd like to thank each and every one of them for their participation and for their help in putting this event together. Thank you very much and look forward to seeing you all again next year. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I now request Mr. Shri Sacheti, Captain Rambagh Golf Club, to kindly address the gathering.
Good afternoon, everybody. I really want to thank the entire PGTI team, especially Mr. Mundi, for giving us the opportunity to host this event. It was a real pleasure to watch all of you guys, and congratulations to all the winners, especially Aman. I think it's his lucky course. So this is the second time he's winning here. And it was a treat. It was a real treat. I was very fortunate that I could see and witness the game today. Thank you so much. And we're looking forward to hosting you again. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I'd now request Mr. Mayank Markande, Head of Digital Bank, AU Small Finance Bank, to kindly say a few words.
Thank you, sir. A very good afternoon and congrats to all the winners. We, Small Finance Bank, is all sports-loving brand and a bank, and keep participating in such events. And this is the second consecutive years we are part of sponsors. So thank you so much. Thank you so much, PGTI, and thank you so much, everybody present here today. Thank you.
Before we begin the prize presentation, we'll have the plaque presentation ceremony, where I'd request Mr. Uttam Singh Mandi to kindly present plaques as a token of appreciation on behalf of PGTI, first to the captain, Mr. Shrish Sacheti, Captain Rambagh Golf Club. I'd now request Mr. Mandi to kindly present a plaque on behalf of PGTI to representatives of AU Small Finance Bank, Mr. Mayank Markande and Mr. Saurabh Tambi jointly. We move on to the prize presentation for the event, and I'd request Mr. Mayank Markande and Mr. Saurabh Tambi to jointly present the check to the two runners-up this week, Saptak Talwar and Sanhit Bishnoi. Both shot scores of 8 under today. A big hand for them. They totaled 18 under 262. Both walk away with prize money checks worth rupees 7,99,900 each. It's finally time to announce the winner. I would request Mr. Shri Sacheti and Mr. Uttam Singh Mandi to please jointly present the giant check and trophy to our winner this week, with scores of 65, 66, 64 and 68 for a total of 19 under 261. Hashtag Fear the Hat. Aman Raj, the cool customer. 4th title and 3rd of the year. His second win here at the Rambagh Golf Club in Jaipur. The winner walks away with a check worth 15 lakh. It's now time for the customary winner's speech.
My mind since the last night, I couldn't sleep properly. With thanking PGTI, the sponsors, the golf course. It was tremendous. It was great. My parents, my coach Shashiraj Sinha, go back home, but thankfully he could see me win. And it's a good ride. It's a lot of emotional up and down, but I'm glad to be a part of it, and looking forward to the next week. Thank you, everyone. Thank you so much.
Once again, congratulations to the winner and the joint runners-up. And before we wrap up, we'd like to thank our presenting partner, Mr. Bhawani Singh Rathore, who unfortunately couldn't be here today. Our powered by partner, AU Small Finance Bank, the host venue, Rambagh Golf Club, all committee members, members of the club, all players, referees, and officials. A big thank you to Mr. Pratap, the co-staff, the F&B team, and of course, our tour partners, Rolex, Tata Steel, Amrutanjan, Fruitnik Electro Plus, Vedika, Himalayan Spring Water, Golf Plus Monthly, Athletic Drive, ABP Live for the fantastic coverage over the last 2 days, and Eurosport. That's it from the presentation. We look forward to seeing most of you tomorrow back here for the Pro-Am. See you.